So I go pick up the car. I have no idea what I'm doing. So I'm just driving around in circles in Miami airport, hoping to see you come out somewhere, right? So I don't know what happened. I don't know how, but finally I see you come out. I parked the car and I just went and waited to where people were supposed to come out. And you finally came out and he's like, "Oh, where's my bags?" And I was like, "I don't have your bags. Why would I take your bags?" Like, you know? And then you have to go back in and get your bags. But I wanna tell, like, what happened to you? What did they do today? They were trying to get you, dude. I swear. I think they thought you was that terrorist dude, man. And I'm gonna post. I found the picture. This guy.
Did you find the picture?
Yes,
post the picture.
I am. I'm gonna post it up on this podcast. You and this guy. This guy looks like he's your brother.
I know, it's scary.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed, Nitro Is The Glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 73 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great, and this week, we have a really great guest. It was a great chat. I went out of the genre. You know, I really am into scale trail as well. I love it. I think it's really cool. So I've been meaning to have him on for a while, but I figured, you know, it's almost 1 year since they released their awesome product and kind of won the internet. I mean, not won the internet, but yeah, won the internet and won RC last year. I have Brad Geck on to talk about Element, his story a little bit, the new release of the DR10 for the no prep drag RC drag races, which I think is cool as well. And it was a really great chat with Brad, man. Awesome dude, very positive guy. He has some great things to say. And I pretty much agree with everything he says. And he does some great work with his Gecko trails. And he's really passionate about scale trail. And I think it's great for a great segue and a great crossover for us as racers, as well as the no prep drag racing. So thank you to Brad Geck. Thank you to all the No Name RC podcast listeners around the world. I appreciate your support. All the messages you guys send. I'm glad you guys are finding the podcast entertaining, as well as chock full of information. Yes, the goal is to be entertaining, but also have information. I was on another podcast this week, Track Walk. Check them out. RC podcast was just shooting the breeze. It was a good time. As usual, I talk too much, so check Track Walk out with Travis Kendall and Colin Branch. Thank you to all of the No Name RC podcast patrons. Sorry, no early release this week. Had a little bit of technical difficulties with the Brad Geck podcast that I had to, took some time to work it out. So you guys get the podcast at the same time. But thank you. I appreciate your support. And thank you to our sponsors, which are RCMX Online, Tekno RC, Beach RC, JQ Racing, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, BK Servos, and RC Raceworks. Remember, showing our sponsors some love shows the podcast some love. Get you guys some Papa Willie's and some BK servers. I don't know, they might be in stock. They were saying they were out of stock. And check out Ed at RC Raceworks. And remember, we have the Donathan RC Racing Products giveaway. Get yourself some No Name RC podcast charge leads. From last week's podcast, that is pinned to the top of the Facebook page. Go to Donathan's RC, give them a like, and follow the instructions, and you can win some charge leads. We'll be doing the draw next week to whoever enters and wins. So, let me get I have a new nickname for Rupert. He's just chalking up all these new nicknames. So let me get Beaker on. So what's up, Beaker? Where are you?
What's up?
All good, man. All good. How you doing?
All good. I'm okay.
Yeah? All right. All good? Are you sure? Positive? 100%?
Yeah.
Yeah? Because, You're like Pookie from New Jack. You fell off the wagon. You know, if you guys don't know who Pookie from New Jack is, then do some research. But that's your new name, Pookie from New Jack. You relapsed.
I prefer Beacon.
You relapsed, and now we're putting you back on rehab.
Yeah, but it was a worthwhile.
I agree.
Relapse.
That was a. Not gonna go into too much of it because we don't try to talk about that stuff on this podcast. But yeah, besides your wording, which I told you about, which you always mess up on. I agree.
I don't mess up. It's very intentional, and the wording isn't an issue.
Yeah, it is. But anyway, the actual
just
post.
like kneeling during an anthem is not the issue.
Hey, we're not getting into that. Shut up.
I'm just saying. That's your wording, kneeling wording. That's not the issue.
Give me strength. Give me strength. Give me strength. Anyway, shut up. And back to RC. We had a good time on the Tekno RC NNRC Hotline with Mick Cradock. Oh, you guys got to check it out. If you didn't catch it live, it's going to be on this podcast. It was quite a crack. Oh, it's always a good time when Mick comes around and you guys get going. Oh,
yeah.
You two
doesn't have much longer with Kyosho, so treasure these moments.
Oh my gosh, we got to get Savoya on now.
Yeah,
let's see.
Can I be on when? Can I be on when Savoya is on?
Yes, obviously. I want to see if you think you guys are as friendly as you think you are.
Yeah.
That wasn't a very positive. Yeah, I was like, what is Keenan talking about? Maybe he's right. Yeah, of course. No, yeah. I've heard that. Yeah, before. Remember, like, do you think we're gonna make it on gas? Yeah.
Well, did we? Yes, we did.
Oh my gosh! And yeah, we gotta get some. I think Savoya would be good for the Facebook Live, but it's gotta be with you because I think you guys have good banter. I really think that Savoya can kick your ass. He may be a little smaller than you, but looks fit, man. You go up and.
He's French. Don't you know what French people do? They surrender.
Oh, shut up. He'll kick your ass. You're just like, you have the body of an anorexic string bean. Like, you know what I mean? One good gust of wind and blows you over. You can't even walk straight without flipping, like almost tripping over your own feet. So how are you going to fight Savoy? He'll be all quick and nimble and give you a couple of kneecap shots. And that'd be it for you. The string bean will fall.
I don't know about that.
I think you guys are cool. I was listening to him on the Voice RC podcast last week, and it was a good chat. And your name came up. I can't remember what he said. He said something about, you started the whole, something. I can't remember. I can't even remember. No, it wasn't about that. Probably. I can't remember. Or Captain Club Race shit that you started. And now you're all about club racing, ain't you? Isn't that a coincidence? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, so Joseph, looks like...
What's the next thing I can start?
How about nothing? How about we start nothing and focus on what we got to do?
Have to think of something good.
No, you can pick all that thought into focusing on the tasks at hand. So, looks like the first big race is going to happen here soon. The first week of June, AMS in Alabama. It looks like it's happening. It isn't 100%, but it looks 95%. And from what I've told the Nationals, there will be a decision probably made this weekend about the Nationals, if it's going to happen or not. So I actually think they might happen. It's going to be at the end of June. But the thing is, like, it's just that they're up in Pennsylvania, up northeast. So it might be a little, I don't know. We'll see. But, yeah. AMS, I don't know what the turnout is going to be. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people will go because a lot of people go to these races anyway because they can drive to them. So we shall see. I went to this race too in 2018. I actually raced it. It was fun. It was hot. Oh man, it was hot in that damn. It's a smaller horse arena, and man, it was a wild track though. It was super wild. Had a 60-foot quad, that is crossover, dangerous crossover. It was a great track to run on and practice on and stuff like that. But with like 17 cars, I think it was and that crossover was dangerous. But it was a fun track, man. That jump was so long. You ever jump a car and you're like, ooh, it's flying so far. Like you have a jump and it's so long you can actually take a breather in the air. And
yeah, I remember now which track you mean.
Yeah, and it's like you go up, boom, and then you could like literally slam brake, hit the brakes, boom, and it just comes down well, hopefully. I mean, I did case it a few times. Oh, I hit it so hard. I think I went out there and I practiced a qualifying like the first lap, and I came around and I hit that thing I cased it so hard, right, Joseph? All you heard was smack, like it echoed through the whole building. I was so embarrassed. I think it killed the steering, the throttle servo. And then it was, I think Jason Frank, he was driving Associated. He cased it so hard that he bent his like, you know how the chassis have front kick up and all that stuff? He bent it completely straight.
Yeah.
Like his front end.
Still one of the best things at a race was a Finnish national when one guy broke his chassis in half. That's still one of my favorite moments.
Wow.
Oh. It wasn't even like it was just so worn out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then it wasn't even a big jump or anything. So he landed and his front end kept going around the track and the rear end just crashed off the track.
Really? Did it break in half or did the rear end just break off?
Broke in half, yes. No, the rear end just broke off the whole car, like the chassis and everything.
Yeah, I know. Because that's actually we have a question about that this week. So how about chassis wear? That
was good.
On handling of cars. So that's good. I think I've seen that happen before too, but to actually straighten the front end of the chassis out and like everything just like all the shocks blew off, but they didn't blow, like they blew off the shock tower and all that stuff. All that stuff just went. I just imagine his chassis was flat, completely flat. I remember him walking around with it and I was like, wow, that was insane. That was a good trip. That was a good trip. I enjoyed that. It was hot though, just so hot. And it had, like a wicked, wicked windstorm and thunder and lightning came out of nowhere. Oh, it was great. Because we just pitted like on the outside, right outside the door where you walk in. Dave gave us some really good spots. And I was like, it was better out there. But if you would have been inside, oh my gosh, it would have been horrible. It was horrible inside. But AMS looks like it's going to happen. We should know about the Nationals hopefully next week. So that's good. But I see people are getting back to racing. Some people are having secret races. Some people just like, I guess they're allowed to have races, but they have to practice the social distancing thing. But somewhat, some way, it's kind of getting back. So that's good to see. Good to see. So I guess anything else in the news you want to talk about? Oh, nope. You know what? Before I go on any further, two things I want to say. Couple things. First, shout out, I believe his name is Brian Johnston. Chris Boyder actually called up about him 2 weeks ago. He's a RCer from Florida, and he was involved in a bucket. He was in a high lift, and a bucket high lift, and it touched a electrical wire, so he got electrocuted, and he's pretty bad, suffering a lot of burns and stuff like that. So they've started a GoFund for him to help with his medical bills. I'm gonna see if I do have some really hot toe of Satan. His name Brian Johnson. He's in Florida. I will post a link to his GoFundMe, but I might try and do a toe of Satan challenge and see if we can raise some money for it. I got these 2 toe of Satans that I've been dying to use, and they're actually hotter than the Packy chip. So positive vibes sent out to Brian, man. He's going through a hard time, but he's going to make it apparently. But wow, it's really, getting burnt up, getting electrocuted, all that stuff. It's not a good thing. I had an uncle that actually got burnt up in his 60s. He's still around now, but it was really, really hard on him. So if you guys can drop, I know things are tough, but I'll post the links. Every little bit helps, and they're trying to raise money for his medical bills. So check him out, please. Or if you know him, send him some. I guess you can't see Facebook, but $5, $2, whatever you can donate, it helps. And hey, I am looking for 2002 IFMAR Off-Road World Championship from Uruguay footage of the main, of the semis or something, but mostly of the main. It is like trying to find the thylacine right now. Nobody has it. People have some videos, but not of the main. And actually, the Ghani wants this. I guess he wants to, relive his world championship race. So if anybody has that footage, please, or if you know anybody that has that footage, please contact me on my private Facebook, and let's see if we can get it to the Ghani, because I guess he wants.
The Ghani getting sentimental in his old age.
Yeah, I think so. And you know what else, Joseph? And you actually, now that you're at the track, you should do this too. I'm really disappointed. Robert Battier done the bottle cap challenge. Thomas Musso busted a water balloon, and the guy with the drift car done it with a scale water cap. That was really cool. But I saw Dustin Evans did a bottle cap one, like he jumped and did it like of a Gatorade bottle. That was posted yesterday. But they didn't do it in a proper slow mo. Nobody else has done this. So I'm challenging everybody out there. Let's go. Some of you still aren't back to work and we ain't doing RC things. Let's get this challenge. Let's see some freestyle RC. Let's see something cool. That goes for you too, Joseph. I think you should do something.
I steamrolled a Durango. And does that count?
No, that doesn't count.
But I steamrolled it.
It doesn't matter.
I made it flat.
That's cool. That's easy. I want to see you do something like a one-handed whip while drinking a beer or something. But I don't know how we would do that. We need to have a camera on the car as well as you. Hey, I posted a video from when you came on her the second time at DRC. You used to run some fat whips out on that jump.
Yeah.
I remember I tried to throw one with your car and like failed miserably and broke the car. Just like, why did you try to do that? And you made me feel all shitty. Just drive the car normally. I was like, this guy's a penis head. Wow.
Yeah.
Little did I know that I'll be talking to you on a podcast 3 years later. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it sucks.
Yeah, I know. So, yeah, let's get those challenges going. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let's go on to... Did you just fart?
No, that was my chair.
Yeah, it's always your chair. Always your chair. Always your chair. So, let's go on to the Beach RC questions. What do you say, Joseph?
Sure.
BeachRC.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
Yes. Welcome to the Beach RC Facebook question segment, and I guess it will be the story segment as well this week, as it has been the last couple of weeks. Thank you to Beach RC and Brent for sponsoring this podcast. They have been a long time sponsor of this podcast. And remember, you can go there and pick up your NNRC gear, hats and shirts, rock some NNRC gear, as well as check out Beach RC and buy some of their cool products. I still have yet to get an affiliate link made for this, but I will. But Beach RC is a brick and mortar shop track. The guys do a lot of good things. They work hard. They they go to a lot of big races with their trailer. So, hey, we always say we need to support these brick and mortar hobby shops. Well, support Beach RC. Thank you, guys. So, Joseph, I actually had to dig back on some questions that a person had asked me back in February, but they sent private message, so I kind of missed them. And this comes from Danny Newman. And he says, well, we have seen this, but I'm going to ask the question today. Anyway, will we ever see tracks with multiple dirt surfaces at the same track? He goes, I don't mean like dirt mixed as in different parts of the track, but have different dirt types. But I think what his meaning is like Euro tracks, where Euro tracks would have concrete sections, cobblestone sections. It's been a long time. I haven't seen a cobblestone section in a long time. Do they even really do tracks like that back in Europe? I know Montpellier is like that, and some tracks have a concrete section.
Yeah,
and
in
stuff.
Europe, but in America, they always want to change the layout all the time.
So it's hard to do. I remember
they don't do that.
Lance at the farm too. He had that section coming down here with the buried logs, like that rumble section.
Yeah,
I always thought that was so cool. I wanted to do this in.
I thought that was stupid.
Yeah, but you would.
But he had a sandbox. I like that, but it was just too short.
The sandbox was good too. Not like the sandbox at the 2005 Silver State. That was a whole entire back straight. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's when I actually first met you too.
I remember that.
Huh?
I don't remember that.
No, because you're too busy breaking in my motor. Linus Stern, me, Paul Coleman, Keyman, Mark, and Linus Stern was there, and another guy I think from SH Engines was there. Oh, testing SH Engines. And you were sitting there breaking in some Nova Rossi. You're still running Hobao. Said to Paul, I said, this is JQ. He's got all this lip on S-Grid, but it's quiet as a mouse right here. Pretty much what everybody says about you now. I said that about you 2005.
Well, just fucking walk up to me and start talking politics, and let's see what happens.
All right.
All these fucking keyboard heroes, I don't know what the hell they look like, and then they never come and say hi at the race.
I do. It's funny when you say that because people come by. I've seen it. Like people walk by like a few times, looking at you like they expect you to just say something to them, like "Hey," and then they walk by.
I don't know who you are, you people.
No.
How should I know? How do I know who you are? Obviously, I don't know. So introduce yourselves. Hey, I'm the guy that called you an asshole on Facebook because you hate America. Like, introduce yourself, and then we can have a conversation.
Yeah, I think so. I think people. I don't know. But one day, somebody's just gonna come up and knock you out. And I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna be like, "All right, you knocked him out. Don't beat him up too bad." But I gotta get it on video. It'd be great.
Yeah, I hope so.
Do you have a mental deficiency? Like, I hope I got knocked out. Something's really wrong with you in the brain, man.
You think so?
I don't think. I definitely know. 110%.
Well,
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it is one day. He also asked, I've been saying this for a long time. You need to go to the Southeast area more and do some club races, but you always like to go California. The issue with the Southeast is the weather. Like when you come to America, it's wintertime. You know what I mean? And it's just the weather so iffy there. And then summertime, you're back in Europe. So that's why I try to explain to you. I was like, yeah, he comes for the wintertime because the weather's, you can't drive in Finland. But, in Finland, Max. So I don't know, maybe. What are you laughing? Because that's exactly how he says it, right?
Yeah, that's how Max talks to you, I guess.
In Finland, but it's talk to you in Finnish. So. Yeah. All right. This is actually a cool question. Rupert and Lefty. With Nitro Buggy being a huge class everywhere you go, what would you think about a track having a pit lane that goes up to the driver's stand and the drivers being able to pit themselves? And do you believe Nitro Buggy would cancel out electric buggy with a setup like that? Well, I don't think e-buggy is going to always be around because it's just easier for people and it's growing, no matter what you think, Joseph. So I remember Paco sent me a video from Mexico, and they had a regular pit lane, and then they had a pit lane, like a smaller pit lane that you could actually drive up, right up to your, and it was high. It wasn't it was a tall pit lane, pit rostrum. It was a tall rostrum, and you could literally drive your car right up there, like fill it up yourself, make an adjustment to your needles, and then drive back off. I thought that was brilliant. And they had a regular pit lane too, where you can have your pit man and all that stuff. But I think That is, if anybody does that, if anybody's building a track, do that. It may cost a little bit more, but it would save so much trouble. And just imagine you just come up and fill yourself, just drive up, put your radio to the side, fill up. Oh, run a little rich, boom. Maybe make a camber change. If you can drive it up there and make a tire change. It would be so great, don't you think?
I agree.
But
it's awesome for practice.
Not for racing, though. I can't. Racing, I think,
No,
for pitting, you need that pit guy. You know what I mean? That's
practice.
Yeah, for practice, definitely. Definitely for practice. Mike Anderson. Let's see. I have his question right here. 1 second. It was about chassis wear. He wants to know. Well, actually, his question was, can you tell where to change your setup by chassis wear? It's like, I guess what he was trying to say was, like, if you see your chassis wearing on a certain parts. No. Because chassis are meant to wear, correct?
Yeah, maybe in touring car, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, not in 8-scale off-road.
Yeah. But I definitely believe as a chassis gets thinner, it affects the handling of your car. At some point, like, your chassis is too thin.
Yeah. Well, when it's too thin, you can't get the screws out anymore, so it doesn't really matter. Like, you know it's done.
Yeah, but I mean, some people like run their cars until like the back of their car looks like a razor blade, and at that point, like if you're running your car that thin, that you've probably lost 0.5 millimeter off your car. That's at the whole chassis.
2.5.
So you actually will get more flex.
Yeah. You do.
Yeah. You're just saying that to shut me up.
Yeah, you're right, Keenan.
I'm asking.
Awesome. Yeah, you do. Yeah, maybe you lose a mil. I don't know. 0.5 mil to a mil. Or most of the chassis.
We need Mick back on to livenly you up. It'd be in a real... story for a different time. Okay. Victor Goulet, he asks, lately we have seen a lot of 10-scale on-road cars with an active rear-end steering system. X-Ray, Yokomo, Infinity. Do you think this type of rear end will transfer to 8-scale off-road?
No, already tried it. The problem is that...
How does this work, though? I want to know how it works. Can you explain that?
It's like bump steer for the rear. So there's a steering knuckle, there's a rear hub, and a link. It doesn't turn, but what it does is it turns the wheel as the suspension moves.
I think I've seen that, though, before. They've tried it with, like, pedal balls. And, yeah. Wow. Why wouldn't it work? It's just in off-road.
The problem we have is that the travel is, we have so much travel. And we have bumps on the track. And the benefit you get from that is when you have really, like, consistent grip, smooth surface, and you do that to gain corner speed and rotation, but when you have a lot of wheel travel and bumps and inconsistent traction and all these different elements, it's not something that you can really sort of use and dial in. It's just a headache and an additional problem. So it's never going to take on in 8-scale off-road. It's an on-road thing.
Okay. Enrique Maloney. Enrique says, hold on, I just had this question. He's starting to make, we've answered this before, but we'll ask it again for Enrico, because he always has a question every week. Since I'm making my own carbon fiber parts, I want to know if carbon fiber shock towers really have an impact on the car's handling, or is it just placebo?
I mean, people say because of the flex, there's a difference, but I guarantee those people that say that have never actually tested back to back and like only changed that, and they don't like. Do they really know that? I don't think so.
How about you?
I think it's a thing that it's more lightweight. That's the main thing, really. That's the main difference. If you only change your rear shock tower, it's not going to make a massive difference to your car. If you change all different things to make your car lighter, obviously you're also going to change the shock tower. It's one of those many things, and then it makes a difference.
So you don't think it flexes and just handles better on bumpy tracks?
It does flex more, yes, but no, I don't think it's a significant difference.
I tried it on my Mugen way back in the day, and I couldn't. Maybe the car was light and I didn't like it, but I didn't like that I broke my front shock tower. And I was like, I'd rather have a bent front shock tower than a broken one. At least I could finish a race. So no more carbon. I mean, also don't crash. But yeah, I don't know. And I think it's the like you said, the lightness that you're feeling and not actual flex. So who knows?
Flex too, but it's not a massive difference.
Yeah. But you also don't think that bodies make a difference. And many people have said that
bodies make a difference, but they don't make a difference in fucking hairpins. Cab forward body does not give you more steering in a hairpin.
Yeah, well,
it's not physically possible.
Wow.
It just looks visually it's different.
Wow, Joseph.
The speeds are not high enough. That could be a rant for one day. Like stupid things people believe.
Who peed in your cornflakes this morning? You are extra salty today. All right, Pookie, take it easy. Take it easy. Calm down. Calm your tits. Yo, salty, cursing. Wow. It's Friday, dude. Come on. Take it easy.
Oh, it's Friday. I didn't even realize.
What date is it, Joseph? That's what happens when you get older. You forget the date. You're probably just in.
I see it. 8th of May. I see on my laptop.
You're just in the twilight zone of RC. That's all the questions we have. So hopefully we get some more questions here.
Okay, good. Well, see you later.
In the future. No. Being as we don't have a rant this week, we're going to finish up our whole South America tour.
I have a good rant. For next week.
Okay. But we're going to...
Real good.
Well, hold on for a second.
You're going to be excited about... This rant's going to be good. It involves you, and it's going to involve you for the whole rest of the year. I'm going to start a movement.
Hey, I have a new job title.
My rant is so epic next week that it is going to start a movement. And it includes you.
You know,
in a big way.
I have a new job title I've heard.
What's that?
Supreme Overlord.
Why?
Supreme Overlord of JQ Racing. That's my new job title.
Who gave you that?
Myself.
Right.
And my first job as Supreme Overlord is to get you off social media somehow, some way.
Oh, I'll quit at the end of this year. I mean, I've already made up my mind.
You quit 2 weeks ago, and now you're back in. Oh, jeez. Oh.
No, I didn't.
Yes, I did. I don't need it. I'll quit. And then you said, I quit. And then 2 weeks later, you're back on.
No, I just don't care anymore.
Yeah. All right, Pookie. Pookie from New Jack.
you don't believe me, do you?
Joseph, I don't believe you. You know what? I actually have I'll bet you $100.
$100?
No, from now. You can't take a month from posting on Facebook.
I can, but I'm not going to. I quit.
I can, but I'm not going to because I can quit anytime I want because that's what all
I can. Yes,
addicts say. Every addict says that. Every addict says that.
You're so wrong.
They say that too. You know?
Yeah, whatever. I have things to do.
All right.
And when I'm done, I'll quit.
But it's kind of different though. Like you kind of have things to do, so you should quit so you can get them done. Anyway.
No, but it involves the things I'm doing involve social media.
Anyway, Supreme Overlord of JQ Racing. Banish you to a dungeon. That's what my next thing is. Thank you everybody for your questions. We appreciate it. I know guys ain't really racing, so questions are kind of not coming in. But hey, if you guys have a question, shoot me a PM, or you know what? Better yet, send it to, if you know me personally, shoot me a PM, or probably better to send it to the No Name RC podcast one, because that doesn't get as many messages, so it doesn't get pushed down. But I get lots of Facebook messages, so sometimes I forget. And Joseph, some people are trying to message you, so answer your Facebook messages too. Remember,
Where are they trying? Oh, what do you mean trying to message?
Well,
Just message me.
They have messaged you and you haven't answered.
Where?
On your Facebook.
On Facebook?
Yeah. Maybe, yeah, you also got to check and make sure that if they aren't friends with you, it goes to like a different part of your messenger. So just check that. Thank you, everybody, for the questions. Thank you to Beach RC for the support. Remember, check them out at beachrc.com. Get you some NNRC gear while you're there. Rock it out. Send me pictures where you're rocking your NNRC gear. And hey, I appreciate all that support with that too. We got some cool hats, cool shirts. Nitro is the glory. It's time for the final chapter of the South American tour, coming back to America. It's like, I'm going back to America, going back to America. So we left it off. We're in Colombia. We spent a week there. We spent a few days in Colombia after the fact. Thank you. It was a great trip. A great trip, wine and dine. But now Lefty was going back to America for the first time in a long time to a race. 15 years, I think it was. We was going to Fall Brawl, and we was going to meet all these new JQ guys that we had. You was going to get beat up by Bobby Moore and Jeff Keaton and Lance. And yeah, so let's start it off. So I remember we had to drive all the way to Cali or something like that to get our flight, which was about an hour and a half. We had to get a taxi. It cost us like $300 too, I think, to get that taxi. No, $150 or something like that. And we went. They wouldn't let us out because it's like you didn't have a visa. That's what it was. Where's your visa? And mine, like, where's your ESTA? Or where's your ESTA? I'm like, I don't need it. My ESTA's electronic, like, you know. Which I know I actually carry a printed version of my ESTA. If not printed, I carry it on my phone, a picture. So they finally let us go. We have all this luggage. I'm worried about if our luggage is going to make it. It's like a 6-hour flight to Miami. So we land in Miami. Now we're just two foreigners that just traveled all around South America. Multiple.
You set me up.
No. Multiple entries to different countries. You know, like my passport's chock full of stamps now, right? Plus, I've been to like Abu Dhabi and all that stuff, and Doha, Qatar, and England, and I've got all this on my passport. Your passport's full of stuff too. With 2 English passports flying into America. I'm used to this. It's been pretty good lately. When I fly here, when I go to races, I pretty much breeze through immigration, breeze through customs. I don't have any issues, right? Lately. But I'm also used to just being pulled over to the side and getting searched completely, or asked, or speaking Spanish to me, like they're trying to catch me out, something like that. And I'm like, I speak English, I don't speak Spanish, which I do speak Spanish, but English is my first language. So I'm like, all right, we just flew all around South America. We're gonna have a hard time. We're flying out of Colombia. It's gonna be a hard time in customs and immigration. So we're both in line. You go first. The guy's trying to get you. The immigration guy. And I'm like, oh, this isn't going good. It's taking too long. I see you get the orange card, and I'm like, you look at me, and I'm like, oh God. He's going to the back. Right? And then why am I getting an echo? Are you too close to the mic? And then I come up and I'm like, all right, well, they got him. I should be able to go right through. Nope, I got an orange card too. Right? So do you know how embarrassing it is Like I think they had you in an office somewhere, right? So me, they just wanted to search yours was an immigration thing. Mine was like, we think this Mexican looking guy is bringing in a whole bunch of drugs or money or something, right? Just been all around South America. We're going to search him. So basically how it works is when you're in this line where your baggage claim is, you're still getting your bag off the same thing, right? No, you get your bag on a separate thing, but everybody that was on your flight can see you there, like getting your bag. So all these people are like, oh yeah, he's in trouble. So I'm sitting there, I'm getting red-faced. I'm like, man, this is embarrassing. I'm getting pissed off, but I know I have to keep calm. And I'm like, where's Joseph? Like, why isn't he out there? Like, I thought it was the same thing. But I was like, no, that got him in the back. I'm thinking they're giving you an extreme cavity search. I think they're broken out the rubber gloves, all this type of stuff. So I see your bags come, right? And I'm like, no, I'm not touching his bags. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just going to touch mine. So I get my bags, I go, and the guy starts speaking Spanish to me, and I'm like, man, I don't speak Spanish, I speak English, right? So we start going, and he goes, well, what was you doing in South America? Why was you going to all these countries? I was like, well, me and my boss, or my friend, I didn't call you my boss, I see him and my friend, he owns an RC car company. We did a South American tour. We went around, we went to different races. We have some people down there that buy our products. And so we went down there to just hang out. We went and, we did a tour. And now we're on our way to another race here in South Carolina. And then we're going home. So he didn't believe me. And I was like, oh, yeah. And then once he started going through my luggage and saw the car and saw this stuff, I was like, oh, like, you're serious? I was like, yeah, man, I'm serious. Like, I'm not joking her. And he goes, oh, like, literally, he gave me, after that, he saw my first bag and he just looked through my second. Was like, yeah, you're cool. Go ahead. So I get out. I'm like, I ain't seeing you. I'm like, well, I better go get the car. And I have never, ever rented a car in my life. I've never driven in America. I've never rented a car, nothing. I don't have internet. I can't get a hold of you. I don't have a American chip, nothing. And it's like, I think it's like 7 or it was daytime still, I think. So I go pick up the car. I have no idea what I'm doing. So I'm just driving around in circles in Miami airport, hoping to see you come out somewhere, right? So I don't know what happened. I don't know how, but finally I see you come out. I parked the car and I just went and waited to where people were supposed to come out. And you finally came out and he's like, oh, where's my bags? And I was like, I don't have your bags. Why would I take your bags? Like, And then you have to go back in and get your bags. But I want to tell, like, what happened to you? What did they do? They were trying to get you, dude. I swear. I think they thought you was that terrorist dude, man. And I'm gonna post. I found the picture. This guy.
Did you find the picture?
Yes,
post the picture.
I am. I'm gonna post it up on this podcast. You and this guy. This guy looks like he's your brother.
I know, it's scary.
It's so scary.
So for me, I just went to the back and there was a bunch of Mexicans. Well, very racist of me to say Mexicans. I don't know where they were from. And me, basically, and waited forever. And then finally I got to go up to a window and talk to some guy. And it was like the strangest conversation I have ever had in my life. Seriously, like you have to think that, okay, traveling, you're already jet lagged and like you're just tired. And then this guy is like, it's surreal. He's like saying things that aren't true. Like making statements that aren't true and then asking a question after that. And I'm like, what are you talking? I even said at some point, I'm like, what are you talking about? And I just told him like how things are. And then he would just like disregard that and then ask another question that's just, in my mind, like irrelevant. Asking about if I, like where I live in America. And basically they got the sense that I'm living in America and doing something illegal, kind of, like an illegal alien sort of situation. And also saying things like completely like out of the blue, like, I can see that you had a visa application denied. And then I'm thinking like, well, when did this happen? And I'm like, no, I've never had any visa denied. And this and I can't remember anymore. There was something else that he was saying, and I'm like, no, that's never happened, or that's not true, or this or that, So yeah, so it was really weird, and it went on for a really long time. And then finally, he just like, after all of that, like there was no sort of resolution or anything. Like it was really strange, and then suddenly he just stamped the passport and gave it to me. I'm like, well,
yeah, they were trying to catch you out, so they were just, and that's what I was trying to explain to you, because you never been, you grew up in Finland, and they didn't really bother you cops and all that type of stuff. So I was trying to tell you, man, that's all tactics. Like they're trying to help you slip up and say something, and they thought they had something on you, and I swear they think you're that terrorist, but.
So then I went out and I went to where the bags were, but there were no bags anymore. Like there was nothing there. So I'm like, fuck, and where's Keenan? So I figured you took my bags. That was the only logical explanation to it. So I just went out. So then when you didn't have my bags, then there was a problem, because now at this point it was late already. So the offices were shut. I remember that. And you couldn't walk back into where the bags were. So some American airports, the bags are right there, after you've gone through immigration and everything. And like you can basically walk in from the street, pick up someone's bag and leave, which is just insane to me.
Charlotte's
so
like that.
They do it this way. Yeah. But this airport, you couldn't do that. So I couldn't get back in. So finally I found some office or a phone or something, and I called somewhere, and I waited, and someone came and got me and escorted me back, like a back way, to get my bags. And then they had to check all my bags in customs, screen them and come out, and it took forever.
Yeah, basically not a great start to coming back to America, and kind of messed up our schedule too, because I think we was like, I had this grand plan, like we're going to drive. I was going to drive right through the night. And he's like, no, we can't do that. And it's a good thing you didn't, because and here's the thing, I have never, at this point, I have never in my life driven in America. I have no idea what I'm doing. I know a lot more now. That's some people would say yes or no, but I know how to drive better in America, obviously now. But I had no idea. I'm used to her driving in the first of all, driving when you had 2 lanes. You drive on the other side of the street, you have whole different rules. You just drive at a certain thing. Here in the DR, you just drive you just drive to survive. You know what I mean? So in America, I'm just like all confused. I don't know where I'm going, these street signs. And you are the worst person to ever navigate anywhere with. And this is when I realized that you truly are an asshole. And
why?
Because you had the internet, right? And you wouldn't share it with me. And I wanted to share it because I wanted my phone, because I wanted to see where I'm going, right? I wanted to see a map, and you wouldn't share it with me. And I'm like, Joseph, I need internet so I can see where. No, you just go. And you are the worst person. Like, right. You dumb bastard. You missed the right turn. Don't be a left lane idiot. Get in. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Like, and you're making me nervous. Like, I'm like, Joseph, I'm like, shut up. I don't know what I'm doing here. Like, I'm in Miami and I'm driving, and I'm like, finally we get out of Miami and we start good. Like, we couldn't figure out which way we'll go. Like, we need to get on the 95 and just head north. Right. And I'm like, Joseph, let's just drive as far as we can. And then, I'll just drive through the night and we'll sleep somewhere and somewhere. No, we're getting a hotel. We need sleep. And actually was the right idea. So then this is my first experience in a janky hotel in America. We have many stories of these janky hotels. I think it was a Red Roof Inn that we stayed in. It was late. You was calling around. And of course, we don't have money. So we're trying to get the cheap. No, we probably have money. We could probably afford something decent. But when you're traveling with JQ, the shittiest hotel that is for the cheapest price is always the best. We actually have it down to a science now. We read reviews. If it's 2.5 stars and up, it's good to go.
If it's like I got woken up by gunshots and the stabbing outside and hookers and cocaine and all that stuff, like if that's the review, then we reconsider.
Yeah, we just about reconsider. We're like, do we take our chances or no? So we stayed in a janky hotel. And then I think we made I think we made it to like somewhere just north of Daytona, I think. And we still had to go all the way to Myrtle Beach. So the next day we start. I really enjoyed that. And I remember we did a Facebook Live as we went up, and then everybody was like, oh, Lance did a Facebook Live, and everybody thought that Lance was going to smack you and that Bobby Moore was going to kill you when you got up there. And I wasn't too sure what was going to happen either. Like, to be honest, I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen when we get up here. But we was going to 4, and I'm super excited. I haven't been, I think my last race in America was 2005. So yeah, 16, 17 years since no, it's not that long, but 15 years at the time since I had been to a race in America. So I was excited. And and even just being in America, I don't think I had been in America like, as I've always, I transit through America to do all my traveling, but to actually go out and be in America, it was the first time in a long time. So it was good to see, like, I'm just like bringing back memories, driving through Florida, I was thinking about when I used to go there, and I enjoyed the ride up. You were such an idiot. Oh my gosh. You just criticized everything I did. And still, actually, I'm a lot better now. I must admit, Mike Hill, thank you to Mike Hill. He taught me a lot on how to drive around America, and I learned a lot.
Keep a steady fucking throttle. You don't need to keep moving your foot and like pumping it. It's so annoying.
Shut up.
Just keep it steady.
That car was hard to drive, though.
Just keep it steady.
That car was hard to drive.
Don't pump it. So the passenger feels like slowing down, accelerating, slowing down, accelerating. What's the most annoying thing?
And I just put it on cruise control, and it was much better. I never used cruise control.
And stay in your lane. It's not hard. They have lines. There's lines. It's a lane. You're supposed to stay in it. Okay?
Oh, shut up. You would always catch me.
If you're in the left lane, if you go in the left lane and then you just cruise mile after mile, I'm like looking at you like, when is this motherfucker going to go in the right lane?
I didn't know the rules, though. I didn't know the rules.
What do you mean you don't know the rules? It's easy. The left lane is the fast lane for passing. The right lane is the slow lane. So don't just cruise in the left lane. Don't be that guy.
I wasn't cruising. I was actually going more than the speed limit. But I didn't understand I just didn't understand. I didn't comprehend. I've never driven in America before. But no, you just kept being an asshole about it. You wouldn't explain. You just like, don't be a left-hand idiot. And I'm like, why don't you drive? I'm not on the insurance. I'm like, yes, you. I'm like, I put 2 drivers on. Yes, you are. No, I'm not driving.
Yeah. Anyway.
So we made it to South Carolina. We rode in. Mike Hill had popped in because he was bringing, I think Mike had all the tents. First time he was meeting Mike. And Mike and his wife and his dad. And they bought all the tents. You got all the tents, brand new tents shipped to him. Charlie, R.I.P. Charlie, was there first time I met him. He was all excited. So we had to go pick up Greg that night. Now I've seen Greg Degani. I met him many, many years ago, briefly. And I always thought he was a dickhead anyway. But so I think I picked him up on my own. So he must have saw my shitty driving too and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to drive from here on out. So we get to the hotel. Yeah, and you did do good on the hotel. That was a nice hotel room we got. Compass Cove. Big suite. Greg had a room. We had a room. 2 bathrooms. It's nice. Good breakfast. We stayed there all the time. I've stayed there the last 2 times I've been to Myrtle Beach. So lots of people stay there. Good stuff. So I remember we pick up Greg. I think then we went to the track, I think, and met Mike Hill, and then we finished setting up everything. Met JB. He came in some big ass tent that we stretched a JQ thing over. And I was just like in my glory walking around. Saw Jeff Keaton, Bobby Moore for the first time in a long time. Lance. It was so funny. And then they were doing the podcast tonight. So this is where the whole Joe Bornhorst and JQ beef started, actually. So they're doing a live podcast. And everybody's hanging around because I think everybody just thought like you was gonna get your ass beat up or like it was just gonna be a big argument on the podcast. But it actually went pretty well, and a lot of people were like, wow, this guy actually knows what he's talking about. Like, you know what I mean? And they were listening to you. And then I think like they bought even Greg went on there. And then Courts called up. Remember they called Courts, and that was funny. But then you and Joe got on there, and then like it was okay at first. You guys were just talking talking shit, banter. And then, like, I think Joe said something. I don't know what he said to you, but it was like, ooh. And I was just like, oh. And then you just came back, and that was like, I was like, yeah. And that's when the Average Joe thing all started. And I was just like, oh, like, people heard that.
I think he must have, like,
he tried to
slap me.
Yeah, he tried to. He did.
He bitch slapped me verbally,
yes.
Right? And I brought out the fucking army.
Yeah, the thing is, people
blew him away.
The thing
That's kind of how I remember it.
Yeah, pretty much. The thing is, like, people think you're an easy target and that you're just going to accept what you say to them. But the thing they have to understand is, if they get into a battle of words with you, they better come prepared, because when you start like shooting at them and sending nuclear weapons and nuclear bombs towards the raid, they usually get their feelings hurt, like, you know? So
yeah, I went nuclear and that was it.
Yeah. And I think even the crowd were like, ooh, like, you know, like a oh. And I was just like, oh. And that just set the tone, man. And he's disliked you ever since.
That was so good.
So we start racing. Set up all the pits, we start racing. And I'm racing. Oh my God. I have never driven on a track like this in my life. And I've sucked so bad. Like, it was horrible. Horrible. I hated it. I just never raced on a track like that, you know?
Why? Because it was smooth and high grip.
Yeah, just never in my life had raced on a track like that. You know, then there's just like temperature change. Like the track would change so much. And you only gave me like 2 sets of tires. Impacts. Impacts, that's it. That's all I had. Like used impacts. Yeah, I'm looking at you and the Gandhi gluing up tires for days, and I got 2 sets of tires.
That's all you need.
Yeah. Anyway, that was when I decided. But it was, I mean, that was the first time that we had that big JQ presence, like Lorenzo. I think that's when we met Lorenzo, Mike Hill.
Still hasn't paid for that car.
I'm ignoring you. We just had a big presence there. And I think that shocked everybody. I mean, it shocked me. Shocked you. Because the last time you was at Badlands, I think it was just you and Charlie, or you and somebody else on a picnic.
No, I think I was alone.
Yeah. And that's when you met Lucas, actually. And
yeah, we pitched next to each other. But it was just me. Like.
Yeah. And then you gave Lance a hat, and he gave you that shirt. Do you still have that shirt?
I have the shirt, and he gave me some Vagisil or something.
Yeah.
Something for my vagina.
Oh, yeah, to some douche.
Yeah, something.
That was a good joke, and a good thing to see that I mean,
the driver's briefing.
Yeah, that was funny.
So, like at the end of the driver's briefing, he said, "Oh, so then we still have one more special thing to announce here," and then he like called me out and gave me a Vagisil
and the shirt. I actually have that picture. I have that picture of him wearing the hat and you with the shirt and
what did I give him?
Massengill. It's a Massengill.
I signed one of those
posters and a hat.
Okay.
So, but you was really good at this race. You was doing well. This is when I
see. Such a shame. That could have been a really good finish, actually.
Yeah. You flamed out. That's what happened in your main, right?
Yeah. It was a shame. And then I flamed out, and later on in that main, JR Mitch was leading. So I'm like, fuck, I could have been leading this race right now.
I
didn't
really
flame out, so that sucked. And I knew that. I knew Bornhorst was mad at me because he had some issue too, I think. Didn't he?
I don't know, but I know he tried to take you out.
I remember that I got by him. I can't remember now that did he have an issue and I was kind of lapping him, or were we racing for position? But anyway, whatever the situation was, I remember being behind him, and then I finally got by him, and then he just sort of didn't lift and just went straight into me, like in the next corner. He really tried to take me out bad, but it didn't really work out that good.
Yeah,
if I remember.
And he went
I just
flying off
remember
the track or
thinking,
something.
like, whoa, yeah, like this guy's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, like he's. And then,
I know, but funny. I finally got to sit off with the Ghani, and that's when he like, what's wrong with your arm? This is when the whole Lefty thing started. I was like, yeah, it's been. He's still to this day mesmerized by my arm. Well, I'm gonna start calling. We're gonna call you Lefty. So no, you ain't. No, you ain't. You ain't gonna call him. Yeah, JQ. His name's Lefty. We're gonna call him Lefty. That's when Lefty was born. The nickname. So it was, and then remember Arthur. Okay.
Yeah.
So Arthur
that
was
guy doing these days.
Oh, he's all right. He was at this last. Was he at the last? Yeah, he was at the last race at Fall Bro. He came late. He was sleeping in his truck. So he goes like, and you know, he was helping Greg. Arthur was a good guy, helping Greg, helping us out, and just a good sport. And so Greg goes, "What? You're sleeping in your truck? Hey, you have a culture. You could come spend the night with us, right?" So we took him. We got him to the hotel. He hadn't had a shower and all that stuff in a few days, so he was happy to get that, blah, blah, blah. So he was sleeping on the couch in Greg's room. And he was snoring so loud. I just remember hearing him snore. And you could hear him in the next room. So Greg's like, I can't take it. I'm coming next door. So it's you and Greg in the same bed. Like, you're sleeping up on the pillow. No, I think Greg's sleeping. Yes, Greg's sleeping at the foot of the bed. You're sleeping at your head's up the headboard of the bed, and he's just making us laugh while Arthur's there snoring.
But I remember it was surreal because I was sleeping, right? So I woke up and there was this big guy at the end of my bed, like waving his arms or something, like scared the shit out of me, really. Like the moment when I woke, and then I realized like it's Greg, like what the hell is going on? And it's quiet, and he's like, shh, shh. Like I woke up to him waving his arms and telling us to be quiet. So I'm like really freaked out, like, what the fuck's going on? And he's like, wait, listen. So we're all quiet. Everyone's quiet. And like, we're like, what the fuck's what is this? What got into this guy? And then suddenly there's this explosion of someone snoring because he has sleep apnea or something. So he literally stops breathing for a long time. Like there's nothing. And then suddenly it's like quiet. And then like, yeah, it's like, whoa, what the fuck? You know, and then that goes on for a bit, and then it just gets quiet again. And then it explodes again. And then, yeah, it was crazy.
I just remember waking up. I almost died laughing. And now, actually, I snore really bad. Really, really bad. I don't know if it's as bad as that, but I woke up in the morning, and you two look so cute in bed together. Like you was like on the very edge of the bed, and Greg had like all the other space, and I'm just like, oh, look at this nonsense.
Oh God.
Oh, that was race ended on Sunday. That was actually a really good. This is the first time I met Brent. I remember I went. I bought some tools and stuff from him, and I remember saying this. I was like, Brent, man, you need to get some JQ stuff on your wall. And he goes, I like JQ, but I just don't think that's gonna happen. I was like, oh, okay, understandable. And now he's like the distributor. That's crazy. And we packed up. I think we packed up, and we met like Mike Hill. Like I always say this. We said this as we was driving away. Like I had never talked to Mike on the phone, and he said, Facebook profiles can be. I remember he said Facebook profiles can be deceiving, and I remember he said Mike Hill and his dad don't sound like their Facebook profiles, and I was like, yeah, but it ended up being. I'm a really he's the really good friends of mine. Like Mike, his dad, his Heather, Rocky, is one of my best friends in the world. And we've been on a lot of, it was like a spark, like that kind of sparked the whole JQ Racing USA thing. And, then it's been a snowball effect ever since. Mike's one of my best friends. We've traveled across America a few times. We've been to 3 DNCs. Oh, that's another story. When we first went to DNC, he needs to actually be on the podcast for that because it was so epic. Like, and that's when we found out you're even more of an asshole. I mean, God, you wouldn't even let me sleep on your floor. Yeah, I'm like, Joseph, we have nowhere to sleep. Nowhere to sleep tonight. Oh, that's not my problem. I was like, Mike can sleep Mike can sleep on the floor with Max and those guys, right? And I just want to sleep on your floor. No, you're not sleeping on my floor. I'm like, dude, I don't have a place to stay. Like, because all the hotels are sold out. You wouldn't let me sleep there. I'll never forgive you for that. Mike had to sleep on a piss-stained bench, and I had to sleep in
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He had a place to sleep with Max and...
he didn't want to go in and disturb. He was like, oh, everybody sleep. But,
yeah, so he had a place, but he didn't want to sleep there.
Yeah,
that's no...
I've slept in I made it to some hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning called Alibaba. And the floor, and it was full.
That is.
But that's a story for a different night. Let's finish our story of the South America tour. So we pack up. I think, did we go to Beach RC or anything like that? I can't remember. We packed up, and so we were driving down to Florida. That's when we met Mike, Walker, and Trent. We went down to got down to Florida. They met us at Mike Santana. What's up, Mike Santana? He's all into motocross now, out of RC. He had his backyard track. I remember he rolled out like a black carpet for you. And we had a ball down there hanging out with them. We met Trent, Mike, KB. We went out to another friendship that we made as well, and I made there. Great friendship. Mike and his son and KB, Mike and Santana, all good people, man. And we went out to did we go out to dinner the night before with him? I can't remember. So then we went out to dinner. And I forgot, you're still in your strip club phase here, right? You're still in, I want to find as many strip clubs. We went to all these strip clubs in Myrtle Beach, like every night you wanted to go to a strip club.
This is just because you like to go, so you say that it's me. You blame me for your own life.
I don't mind going, but you was looking literally, no, you are a lion tamer. You was the one avidly looking for different strip clubs. Stop your noise.
Right.
So there's strip clubs in.
Where was this?
This is the whole entire trip of South America.
Oh, I mean, what are you talking? Where did this happen?
What? Remember we went
right now in Florida.
Oh, we were in Orlando.
I can't.
So then we was gonna I think we had 2 more days. So we was like, yeah, we're gonna just drive down take a slow drive to Fort Lauderdale, spend the night there, and then drive to the airport the next day. So he's like, we gotta find a strip club. We found one.
Oh, is this when we went to Denny's?
What did we do at Denny's? Might have been that night.
At Denny's.
Yeah.
What did we do at Denny's? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah. So that was the end of our trip. We met the Walkers that night. We went down to Fort Lauderdale, spent the night there. And then I think, did you go back to Finland after that? Or did you? No, you flew to LA. You went to California. Yeah. I flew to DR. And then things just kicked off after that. And then we met up again at DNC. So cool. That's kind of where it all started, though. Right there, that race. It was so fun. It was so good to get back to America and see racing and be around that and see top guys race. It was so good. I enjoyed it. Really, I did. Met new people, lasting friendships to this day who I consider my best friends. Rekindled friendships with guys that I met way back 20 years ago when I was traveling to America, or 15 years ago. Excuse me. It was so cool. So cool. And that got me hooked. I wanted to go to more races after that. So next one is DNC. We'll tell that story. My first DNC. I really think I need to get Mike Hill on her to talk about that one because, wow, that was fun too. First DNC, meeting Max, meeting Jay Smoker. Oh my gosh. It was, and then my first drive across America by myself.
Yeah, man.
Good times, man. Good times. Opportunity, man. Sometimes, like a lot of people piss and moan about what they've been given in life, and some people make the best of what they're given. So, it's been a wild ride. We're coming up on my 3-year anniversary, and me being now crowned Supreme Overlord of JQ Racing. It's been a ride, man. Looking forward to more. Still, once we get out of this COVID shit and get
3 years. That's crazy, actually.
I know it's going by so fast, hasn't it? Yeah, 3 years has been an awesome ride. It's been fun and it's been great. And it's been rewarding, but it's also been stressful. And man, I've wanted to kill you so many times. Vice versa. Like, hey, I remember one time you shot it at me so bad, I was like, I almost was scared. I was like, ooh.
When was that?
I don't know. Look, you called me up a wrench one day. You fuck. I was like, hey, calm down.
Was it on the phone?
Yeah. Cause you
really? What was that about?
I don't know. You think we was pissing each other off. Cause you wouldn't talk to me like that in real life, because I'd probably choke you.
Yeah, I have my moments.
Yeah. So it's been an awesome ride, man. But that was the first RC tour, man. And I know a lot of people in life probably will never get to do something like that. So I hope you guys, I think guys enjoyed us talking about it. And, I just have the ability to remember all the stupid little details that I think make it so cool. And it sure was just fun, man. It was great. And I got that bit in my mouth to travel for RC, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go again. Once we get all this stuff over with and I move and I'm back on my feet here, I'm hopefully that can, if Wicked Weekend's going to happen in August, I'm going to try and go to that. So we shall see. We shall see. All right, Joseph, well, I don't really have much else to talk about, so we don't have a rant. I hope you guys enjoyed this story segment from South America. I know it goes on pretty long, but it was a fun trip. And thank you for the questions. Enjoy the interview with Brad Geck and Joseph, and also the Facebook Live that we did on Wednesday with Mick Cradock. And remember, like and share this podcast and enjoy the second part of the podcast. Joseph, anything to add before we go?
Nope.
All right.
NNRC listeners, are you currently having trouble trying to get the power down to the ground? Well, don't you worry. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic has you covered for all your RC tire traction needs. Whether you race on carpet, concrete, dirt, loose, dry, slick, or high grip surfaces, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic cures for traction. Benefits of using Papa Willie's Tonic Traction is going to be more traction, long-lasting, light tire wear, sweet scent, clean application, fast acting, fresh fill. Papa's Willie Traction Tonic is also safe on foam inserts and does not deteriorate tire glue. Find and follow Papa Willie's Traction Tonic on Facebook and Instagram. You can also visit them at www.papawillies.net. Use the promo code NNRC at checkout for 10% off. Prepare for victory with the one and only Papa Willie's Traction Tonic.
So, as you guys know, I'm a big scale trail RC fan. Not just scale trail, but anything to do with scale RC. I like it. I haven't really had a scale person on the podcast, but it's my hobby within what I do. I work for JQ Racing, and racing is my passion. And even though I don't race anymore, I love to go to races. I love to see the fast guys race and meet new people and old friends. But I really enjoy the scale side of RC. So, and you guys have heard me on the podcast how I think Associated has done really well with the Element release of their trucks, and now they have the No Prep RC drag racing car, which I can't remember name. I know it's DR. So the person who's on will let me know and correct me. You guys know I'm really bad with names, but I want to welcome Brad Geck. I talked to him last year, and I've been following him on his Gecko trails and everything he's been doing with Associated in the Element, and him and John Schultz. And I want to welcome her to the podcast. What's up, Brad? How are you?
I'm doing well, Keenan. Thanks for having me.
And thank you for coming on, man. I really do enjoy your Gecko Trails Facebook page and your builds and what John Schultz does as well. Hey, I just gonna say it right off the bat. Congratulations. I've say it on this podcast all the time. AE1 RC this last year in 2019, 2020 with the element releases, and now with the what is it? The DR10 or
Yeah, you got it right. DR10.
Here we go. The DR10, which I'm sure is flying off the shelves because people are waiting for it. It is probably the hottest genre in RC right now. Congratulations to you guys. I know you was a big influence in this. So hey man, hats off to you and congratulations. Before we even go any further, because I think you guys killed it.
Thank you very much. It's a team effort. I'm just a tiny piece of AE. Everything we do is pretty collective. So I'll speak on our behalf, but we appreciate it for sure. It's been fun.
Sure. So if you guys know who Brad Geck is, he's been on many other podcasts. He's been with Associated for quite a while. Check him out on Brad Geck on Facebook, also on his Gecko Trails. He does some cool stuff. So for people that, we're going to venture out into the scale side on this podcast this week. So just tell us a little bit about yourself, Brad. You did actually start by racing because I was reading up on you. You got your first car around 1998. It was an RC10T.
Yep. Oh, good detective work. Yeah, my first car was RC10T. It was given to me by my brother-in-law. I took it to a local hobby shop and made all the wrong choices, thinking that I knew what I was doing. I want to go faster, so give me a better motor and give me more power and all the things wrong to make you go faster. But one advantage I did have was a block from my house was SoCal Raceway, and I had no idea he was even there. The guy at the hobby shop told me about it. I went in there and was watching Barry Baker race, was watching Kinwald race, was watching Hodap race like it was normal. So it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I had a springboard into it straight out of the gate.
Yeah, you caught the attitude era. That's what I call that of RC. That's mostly for like Barry Baker, Hodap, and then on the Nitro side, obviously like Dagani, Quartz, Pavitas. I call that the attitude era of RC. So you caught
the bad boys had a good run right there for sure.
Oh yeah, them guys. They are responsible for what Nitro racing is today because I'm mostly a Nitro fan. But yeah. So you got into racing, got into SoCal, and how deep did you get into racing at that point?
I was into import drag racing at the time, so I had a turbocharged Integra, and that was kind of what my passion was for a hobby. When I found the RC, I was like, oh, cool, I can do a little version of my car. I can make it cheaper, and I don't have to worry about wrecking it. So I got into it that way. So I was at the track probably 3 times a week, straight out of the gate, all the time. It was 98 when I got my first car, and then I was Nevada State stock touring car champion in 99.
Okay. So
I raced mostly stock touring car.
Mm-hmm.
Did some other smaller scale stuff when 18 scale got popular. I did some 18 scale racing. Okay. One of those guys that could run with everybody, but was never really there contending for podiums or anything like that.
Well,
the kind of guy that you knew was at the race, but you didn't have to worry about me taking your spot up for a win.
But you raced in SoCal, and that was
absolutely.
On any given day at one of those club races, there's lots of guys that people probably they're not mainstream guys that are fast.
Yeah, that's the thing is on a Saturday night at SoCal was a national level event. So if you could compete at SoCal in an A main and you traveled around the country, then chances are you were competing for wins.
That's good stuff, man. Such great memory. Like when I talk to these guys from that era and they talk about that. I recently had Jamie Booth from the podcast last week, and he's from England, and he was talking about coming over and racing in Southern California. And yeah, everybody says the same thing. It's the mecca of RC. So I love it there.
It was hot. It was really, really hot. You got to race with engineers, and you got to race with the people that were actually working there. You got to see people that are titans now grow up. I got to see Jason Rona being just a racer to watch him grow up to what he is now. For a lot of different people like that. I remember Pudge just being Pudge and just being the kid who was who was always hanging out with Kinwald, he and Josh Newman. And they were just the local fast kids. Who would have thought that they'd be discussed as the greatest of all time at some point?
Oh yeah, I'm a big Cav fan myself. I call him the GOAT all the time.
Yeah.
So when did you get your start at AE, and how did that come about?
I started in 2000. There was an opening there for a warehouse guy, moving boxes and sweeping floors. Torrance de Guzman was an engineer at the time there, and he and I had raced. We were at the track quite a bit, and he mentioned, "Hey, there's a job over here. You should come take a look." So I went over, took the job. At the same time, a position in QC opened, so it just kind of slowly fed its way through. I raced the cars. I bought the cars, so I was in a perfect position to be able to vet the parts that were coming in. I was experiencing them on the track, so I knew what was right, what was wrong, and I could catch all that stuff before it left. So that progressed into R&D, customer service, and
So you didn't do the warehouse thing too long then?
I was probably not solely. It picked up where it moved into customer service and quality control, all kind of intertwined together. Okay. So in customer service, I got to work with, or in repairs, I got to work with Billy Easton for a long time. So I got to watch him work and watch him grow as a racer and experience his mind quite a bit. He's a pretty clever guy. So that was cool.
I've been trying to get him on this podcast for a while. He won't budge.
He's a good guy. He's really cool. We had a lot of fun together at that time. And then just being around guys like Reedy and Sean Cochran and Cliff Lett, and at the time, Dwayne Silva. These guys they knew everything there was to know. So just to be around them and listen to them talk was more than you could pay for.
Awesome stuff. So you've been there since, when was it? 2000. So
March.
18, 20
I'm
years.
20 years in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Time flies. 2000 feels like it was just yesterday. So wow, it's been an awesome ride. How long have you been in the position that you're in now?
I've been marketing manager now, I think, for 2 years, possibly 3.
Mm-hmm. So
right after I picked up a camera. Okay,
so that's what is actually. So photography is something that you enjoy as well, I take it.
Yeah, it was something I felt. It was something I saw was an opportunity for me, and I enjoy artistic looks. I like the idea of being able to transfer what's in my head for someone else to be able to see it, and photography is a great way to do that. So I picked up a camera and started taking shots, and it worked out.
Marketing manager.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I take it you are enjoying this because you've been doing a really good job at it.
Yeah. I enjoy a mountain climb. So I picture this as my Everest. And I've tried to set the bar kind of like Gary Vee would set a bar, if you know who Gary Vee is.
Oh, I know who Gary Vee is.
Set the bar so high that you can see it up there, but really at the end of the day, it's not attainable. It's just a place for me to continue to climb toward.
Yeah, that's a goal. I get it. I love Gary Vee. Awesome. Yeah. I do listen to him as well.
Yeah, so I'm not going to buy the jets or anything, but
yeah, but you don't need to have jets and all that stuff to be happy. That's what people have to understand. Monetization or monetary possession doesn't equal happiness. So
correct.
It helps. It definitely does help to be financially secure, but sometimes, in that journey, you gotta it's about sacrifices and the journey, and even Joseph says enjoying the journey. So good stuff, man. I love your philosophies already.
Thank you very much.
Let's walk me through one of your typical days at AE. How does your day start and end? And everything.
Well, my commute is vicious right now. It's about 15 feet. Being that we're working from home, it's not that big a deal. But typically, it's a drive into work. It's funny that we just segued into this because usually I listen to a guy like Gary Vee or something like that in the morning on the way in, a podcast or some music, something like that. Usually my morning starts here at the house, waking up in the morning and digesting social media while my eyes are still kind of opening up and getting ready, having some coffee.
Sounds like my day.
Head into work. Nothing super fancy. Do some emails, discussions with my team, whether it be with marketing or whether it be discussions with R&D about product that are coming up or product that we'd like to see or something that I saw on social media that we need to address, whether it was positive or negative, or and then the days just kind of progress from there, and just it is what it is. You get what you get. They're pretty fast. The days are pretty fast. Nothing really drags. There's always something going on. Every time we release something, we're already in the process of making something new. Releases are difficult. They're like snips in time. Like the B6 is really just an RC10 with a current clip of time. It's a progression of vehicles. It's going to go on forever, and we just have to grab it out of time and place it on the market. So there's always something going.
Yeah, that would explain why we have Element and the no prep drag car now. Yeah, and the first company to really do the no prep thing. So, well, we're going to touch on that. Social media, it's a big part of what I do. And I don't know if you have an iPhone, but my iPhone tells me how much time I spend on it. Do you cringe sometimes when you see how much time you spend on it? I spend quite a lot. So
I spend quite a bit of time on there, but I refuse to look at what those numbers are for that exact reason. Same reason I won't add up how much my RC collection is worth. I just don't do that. I don't want to know. I'm looking
at it in the background here, and I'm like, oh, I want one of those cars. I like that blue one up there. It looks pretty badass.
The Trail Walker. Yeah. No, it's so I try not to look at those numbers, but it's a super integral part, especially during this lockdown. It's everybody's portal to the world. A lot of things will go back to normal, I guess you could say, later. A lot of things won't. This social media portal thing will be more of the regular. There's going to be less one-on-one contact, unfortunately. I hope I'm wrong, but this will become even more important. It's already hugely important.
Yes.
But it will be more so moving forward.
It's super important in how I got started. I live in Dominican Republic. When I started with Joseph, I had to find people in Latin America. And it's like, for me, it was like a thread on a sweater. Once you pull it, it starts unraveling. And then I kind of met people in networking and all that type of stuff. And I tell people on a typical day, I'm talking to people from all around the world every day, and it might be in South America. It might be in Europe, Asia, mostly in America. But I enjoy that part. It does consume a lot of my life. But I think this is the best way we can be personal with people around the world. We couldn't do that before. And social media has allowed. People complain about it, but social media has opened up so many doors to be able to communicate and talk and form relationships with people that you would not have previously, So it's very important, and it will be even more important going forward. So I agree with you. And
absolutely. Yeah. I have a ton of relationships that, and I'm sure you do too, that only exist as a result of social media.
Yeah.
I have a lot of people that I would consider good friends around the world, like you said, the Mondays and the Rogers from Australia, for example. These people I wouldn't even know, or I wouldn't have the opportunity to talk to or share life experiences with if it wasn't for social media.
Exactly. And you're absolutely right. It's been so important. Could you imagine? I was telling my buddy this the other day. I said, if we was going through this pandemic back in the day before we had emails and we had to call people and write letters and you had to pay long distance phone bills, people would be going nuts. I mean, here we can now literally, hey, WhatsApp chat. Hey, what's up? Or, Facebook.
See, that's also the negative side of this, though, is because how big would this be if it wasn't for the ability to share information like it is? Because while you can share positive information, you can also share negative, steering, poor information. And that can be a bit distracting as well. So I guess we have to take the good with the bad with this stuff, right?
Yeah.
I can't even imagine having to deal with this, trying to send somebody something long over a pager.
Yeah. A page or a text. Like, I can't even remember how to old time text. I can't even remember how to do it. I mean, we're going off on a tangent here, but it's important. And I find for myself, I want to kind of fade away. Like my buddy was telling me, you got to keep yes, you need Facebook and all that stuff, but you got to filter the negative stuff. And I do find myself sometimes getting sucked into that. And I'll tell you what, the only thing that kind of breaks me out of that is thinking about like doing something RC related and trying to do something cool, make a post or something and try to get things started. And then I'm like, yeah, this is why I'm doing this. So I try to remember that. But I do get caught up. I may not post on a lot of things, but I get caught up reading, and I'm like, oh, it drains you, and I'm trying to avoid that. So that's the negative side of it.
Yeah, you got to try to not take stuff personally. Plus, it's also hard to try to read emotion through text.
Yes.
It's hard to convey what somebody was really saying. Sometimes it looks like they were mean, and maybe they weren't. It just was taken out of context because of poor grammatical structure or whatever it might have been, you know? But yeah, it is what it is.
Oh man, we one day when I come back to California, we have to go have some beers together because I know we can just talk all day long. I know it.
Absolutely.
Right off the bat. So, who's been some of your mentors in your RC journey from start to finish? Who's the main one? I should say that would be an easy.
Gosh, that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough because I've been in the shadows of giants, like I said, from day one. My very first day at the track, I accidentally turned on my radio and destroyed a professional racer's car right there at the track. I had no idea that there was frequency clips. I had no clue. No. And that particular racer went up to the owner and got me yelled at. And I'll never forget it. But luckily, that same racer came up to me a week later and showed me right from wrong and took me around the country and raced with him and taught me a lot of what I know today. And that's Tony Phelan from Competition X.
Oh, wow.
So he was a butthead right out of the gate because rightfully so, he's destroyed his brand new car. He was racing for HPI at the time, and I believe it was a brand new kit, and it was kitted because there was concrete walls there. I had no idea. But luckily, he was cool about it and eventually helped me out along the path from there. But from there, I've worked with Torrance de Guzman. I've worked with Cliff Lett. I learned a lot from Gary Owen, who was our sales manager for a long time. Mike Ogle, the creator of Grand Motorsports and kind of the one of the guys that started drag racing with Tim Smith, arguably maybe before Tim. So I learned from Mike. I learned from Reedy. I got to sit with Reedy. I was one of those people that was fortunate enough to get a motor handed to me from Reedy and be able to put it in my car. An honor I'll never forget. I got to build cars and work with and help guys like Barry Baker. The list goes on and on.
Yeah,
Mark Pavitas, Scott Hughes, the Silvas. Rest in peace, Dwayne. It's stuff like that. The list is huge.
I remember the Silvas.
Credit would be not fair.
I remember the Silvas in the magazines when Concrete Oval was really popular. I remember seeing them in the magazines all the time back in the day in the 90s. Cool stuff.
Dwayne had a lot to do with helping design motors and doing design stuff in R&D and associated as well too. So it was more than just a racer that he brought a lot of other value.
Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna segue here into scale. But what are some of the other cool projects that you've worked on that you're proud of?
You mean just like actual builds or products or projects outside of RC?
No, products in RCs.
The very first product I got to work with was the MGT.
Yes.
MGT was brought to us as a pretty naked, bare bones platform by our parents, Thunder Tiger. And it was kind of, at that time, I was still an outside hobbyist, so I had a T-Max. So I knew the ins and outs of how to smash a nitro monster truck. So that was my first project. And I was lucky enough to work with Cliff Lett on that one. That was super fun. We got to build monster trucks and go out every other day and just play in the dirt with each other and talk. And it was, experience I'll never forget. Super fun. I was heavily involved in the short course stuff. From watching my best friend make the very first prototype SC10 and the body for it out of cardboard and pitch that idea. I was involved in that. I was involved in the 18th scales and helping make those cars, which were pretty successful and super fun. From short course on, I've probably been involved in every single product that is not a race car. I'm not as involved in the racing part of it. I'm no engineer, so I have no business being involved in geometry and all that kind of stuff. I'll come into play when we're talking about how stuff should look, aesthetics, how we should pitch it to the market, that kind of stuff.
Awesome, man. You definitely have an impressive list of products. I remember the MGT. I had a Losi, the LST. And,
good truck.
Yeah, I bought at a race, and Kyle Busch. I say this. I know people's like, you hear the story every time, but I raced Kyle Busch at an MGT at that race in North Carolina. Good stuff. Monster trucks are cool too.
Kyle's a good racer, though. So to say you beat Kyle is not small. I mean,
I didn't beat him. He was like 17, I think, and he
can drive,
dude. And Lance Nork was at his track, and Lance used to race NASCAR, so he knew all these guys.
Yeah.
Does he still?
We got to race with those guys at Indianapolis Motor Speedway with RC Driver. We got to race with them and IndyCar drivers in a collaboration that we had done where we built RC cars with their names on them, and they came over and raced. Really? It was with Chevy, I believe. So we made a bunch of Corvettes, and Childress came over, and Bush came over, and Nemechek, and all these different racers came over and did head-to-head racing with each other. And Kyle Busch smoked everybody. Nobody
Does he still do RC?
I believe he does, yeah. He's really good friends with Richard Saxton. So, I mean, I'm sure he has RC cars in his garage.
Yeah, it's funny. On this podcast, we had, last night I had Mick Cradock on, and we was talking about Lewis Hamilton and those Formula One guys that are running the Kyosho cars and that he's met through, and Ayrton Senna, of course, who ran the Kyosho. So There is it. We just need I still feel like we need to get these guys to promote it a little bit more. I don't know how, or maybe
the first thing I think we need to do is we need to remove the stigma that it's a toy and therefore it's not cool. Because
Scale
it seems like
Motorsports.
There are some motocross guys that will openly tell you, I play with RC cars and it's fun. They don't have any shame in it. But there's others that play with it regularly, but are ashamed to say so. So I don't really know how to remove the stigma of toy.
Scale
or dollhouse
Motorsports.
or whatever. You can call the garage behind me a giant dollhouse. That's okay. I don't take it personally. I'm enjoying my life, right? I'm having fun. It doesn't matter if you're playing with a toy car and another person thinks that it's a toy car. Who cares? I think knitting. I think knitting is stupid, but I enjoy a warm blanket.
I really get upset when people say toy cars. Not racers. I find racers say toy cars when they're not doing well.
Yeah, it's usually derogatory. It usually means like, toy cars for bowling trophies. Yeah, you're trying to pad the fact that you're not doing as well today, but it's okay. You should go home and chalk it up to. I tell my boss and I tell the kids in my house. More importantly, here is that we don't do losses. We do wins and lessons. It just you either won and you knew you won, or you took away a lesson from it, and hopefully you'll win next time. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, Nick Damon termed the term scale motorsports. That's what he calls it, and that's kind of what I've been trying to push as well. But
that helps give it a little bit of more of a cool factor for sure.
Yeah, I know. I say it all the time. I just think and I say this all the time, people just don't know what we do. When they think of RC cars, they think of probably Tyco days when they ran the Tyco cars, or people what you get at Walmart. But I think what we do is extremely cool. Especially all of what we do. I like all of RC. Even the trails. And people's like, that's serious stuff. Scale trail. These guys take it serious. They're the tinkerers of RC now, and I love it. And I think it's so cool. And I think it's a great bridge, as we was talking earlier, to bring new people into RC. But also, hopefully, they get into racing and racers into another genre of RC, because I'm starting to see a lot more racers picking up scale, especially now with they can't race. So, all right, let's just dive into Element, man. I was listening to Radio Impalm podcast yesterday when you went on, and this was about a year ago when you was about to launch Element. You had a lot of ideas and a lot of stuff, and I'm just thinking, man, like I said, you guys want it. Was you the brainchild? Was you the one that came up with that? I believe you said, let's do scale trucks, right?
Yeah, I'm the more you talk to me, the one thing that I hope you pick up is I'm not a super big fan of I don't like credit. So it's a we group for sure. I may have been the person that spearheaded or that made the loudest noise. Pay attention to me. Let's look at scale. I guess I could take a little bit of credit for that. Beyond that, though, it's a group effort. The naming of it, the naming of the cars, that kind of stuff. It's you could probably pick out individuals and where they put their specific parts, but we all sit in a room, we all talk, we all provide positive reinforcement when stuff is good, and pan you when an idea sucks. It's everything's a group effort.
Where did your love for scale come from, and when did it start, really?
When I was a little kid, the way that my old man would give me praise or whatever for good deeds or for doing good in school and stuff like that was he would take me to the hobby shop, and I would buy a plastic model. So that was how I got into it. I liked building plastic models and tinkering. Both of my parents are very artistic, so I've always been around people that built stuff. You wanted something, you probably built it yourself. I said that on a previous podcast. That's one of my dad's things was always, I can make that. So
really,
I just picked up the same thing. Yeah.
I mean, I can see it like in your work, your gecko
Thank
trails,
you.
like that latest one you posted up. Oh man, I'm like that. It looks real. If you look at it really quick, you're like, wow, that looks like a real truck. So
That's the ultimate
it's
compliment.
pretty amazing. Yeah. But about RC scale, when did that kind of happen?
For me, I got into it when Axial released the Dingo. I had to have one. It's just cool. For the same type of reason. I think probably all of us got into racing, or most of us got into racing, is because we couldn't afford to have a real one. So I grew up in the desert playing with motorcycles and buggies and stuff like that. So when I saw the trail truck, I was like, I got to have one of those. That's cool. I like the idea of being able to walk on the trails. I like the idea of not having to wait for a frequency clip, which is what you had to do at that time. I like the idea of not having to wait on a race director or for people to line up or for brushes or any of that kind of stuff. All I had to do was go out and be with Mother Nature and my toy car.
How about your kids? Do they enjoy it at all now? Or do they do any RC stuff?
There's a lot more distractions in the world now than there was for me. They both enjoy it, but they're not obsessed with it like I am. They don't regularly ask to participate in it or anything like that. But they have access to all this stuff that I have access to, and you'd think that they'd have one of every car and all this stuff, but they really don't. They probably play with RC cars maybe once a month, maybe.
Yeah, that's fine. My son likes it at times, but we went out the other day, myself, him, and his just out in the front driveway. My next door neighbor's daughter, she drove one for the first time. It was fun just watching them. But that PlayStation, man, he loves that.
That's the thing, is that Xbox or that Nintendo Switch. My oldest.
I love PlayStation too, so
Yeah, of course. My oldest is a hockey player too, so there's that as well. There's just so much going on, and they don't really have time for it.
Yeah. All right. So Element, 1 year later, I like how you guys kind of made a whole separate brand. So it's still associated, but it's its own brand. So that means, like, when I first saw it, it's like, well, what are they doing? And then I was like, okay, so now you can bring out a whole range of Element products, which I thought was great.
Exactly.
1 year on, has it exceeded your expectations? Oh, I think it should.
In some regards, yes. In other regards, no, it fell short.
Okay.
But that's just who we are,
Right.
Like that's that by the jets that I was talking about before. So, honestly, we shot too low if we achieved every expectation. So I'm kind of okay with the fact that we came up short on some, and it leaves some work to be had, but we've got a good momentum going. We're comfortable with our positioning. We haven't unrolled all of the original plan yet. This infrastructure, this base foundation for the brand, it's getting closer and closer to being fully unrolled. But not until we can even get to that point did we start discussing like true success.
Right.
And being that we're 2 weeks away from our first birthday, which will be May 16th. I say as far as we've come in that short period of time, yeah, I'll call that success.
Yeah.
Progressive realization of a worthy ideal.
Yeah. So you have the truck comes in 3 platforms. You have the RTR, which is completely ready to run, correct?
With 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So the base chassis is an Enduro.
Okay.
So the Enduro comes in 2 RTR trim packages, a Sendero, which is Spanish for trail. The Sendero is the 1.9 2-piece body pickup truck variant.
Right.
And then we have the SUV 155 small tire variant, which is the Trail Walker.
Oh,
And then we have
I've
a
been
kit.
sleeping.
Yeah, that's what this blue one is above me. That's the Trail Walker.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Trail Walker says, you said you're a video game guy. Do you ever play PUBG?
I have a bit. Yes.
Okay. That is the American pickup truck from PUBG.
Oh, really? Now I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look at it even more. That's where I was sleeping. I was always focused on the gray Sendero. I didn't even realize that the Trail Walker had dropped as well.
Yeah, the Trail Walker came out probably about 2 to 3 months after the original Sendero. So it went Sendero, kit, the builder's kit, and then Trail Walker, and then recently, a few months back, we did the IFS conversion.
Yeah, that was interesting too. That's what you have on your car. That basically puts like A-arms and all that type of stuff and makes it look more realistic front end, correct?
Yeah, it brings it to a modern vehicle spec.
Right.
They don't put solid axles under regular pickup trucks nowadays. They still put them under some of the bigger trucks, the F-250s, 350s, Chevy 2500s, and things like that. Big utility vehicles, but everything else is A-armed independent front ends. So, and there wasn't really a quality one on the market. Most things had to be put together with parts. You had to be a kind of a custom wizard to do that kind of stuff. So we figured we'd just make one.
There you go. Does the Element product use a lot of the maybe past products from race kits or anything? Or we have many other kits that you've had?
We would use a lot of manufacturing styles, design styles, geometry, things that we've learned over time, but not a whole lot of physical parts. A lot of hardware, because hardware is hardware, but not a lot of physical parts. Everything that's on an Enduro, with the exception of some shock components and some bearings, is sold to the Element name.
Awesome. How long did it take from idea to actual production release?
From the meeting that everybody talks about, or it was like, let's do scale, to Proline by the Fire 2019 was probably give or take a year and a half to 2 years.
Really? How many iterations or different plans did you come up with to do before you finally settled on this?
That's really difficult because I would say it's just been one plan that evolves and has tangents. So the original plan has always pretty much been the same, which was keep RC fun, make it about adventure and a good time, make it about all the things that we did when we first found this hobby. Where we went to sleep thinking about it, we woke up thinking about it. We just wanted to play with these cars. So it was that we wanted to do, and so it was kind of been the plan from Jump Street. There was some variations in the car. We've tested different things, counter rotating drive shafts, shock angles, whether or not the steering would be in front or behind, decisions on wheel size, all that kind of ancillary stuff that takes place through design.
Yeah.
But no, it stayed a pretty steady course and didn't vary off from it. I played with it quite a bit. Our engineer that was devoted to the project, Aaron, played with it quite a bit and was very into modeling. He builds droids and stuff for Star Warsy stuff. So he's very artsy. And then we had John, who has all of this incredible experience in the trail truck world to lean on
energy.
as well. So it was just this soup that we put together, and yeah, it just worked.
John has incredible energy too, man. He's always doing something. Always.
He is a fire plug. He's like a diesel motor. He gets up in the morning. Once you get him running, it's hard to shut him down.
Yeah,
he just keeps going.
It's so awesome. And the garage, man. I was like, when I saw that, I was just like, that's so cool. Like, I don't have a garage, but I do admire it. I have to get it. A buddy of mine, Scooter Scott, he's been asking me for JQ. He wants to make like a scale box. I keep forgetting to take pictures of it for him, but I get it. I'm never going to have a garage like that, but I would love to. I think I can see me doing this. I'm going to have myself a scale garage. I think it's cool. And I remember I was listening. You said I would admit, I I had friends that were girls, and I played with their dolls and their My Little Ponies and their doll houses and their Kens and Barbies. I'm not gonna say I sit there and say I didn't do that. I thought it was fun. So I like, where did the idea for the box to become a garage? Like, who, like, that person needs a raise.
Again, nobody gets individual credit. It was just one of those things. Like, we're one of the things that there's some golden rules that we try to put forth with the Element brand, and one of them is to try to leave no stone unturned.
Mm-hmm.
And the opportunity to do something with this box, I down here by my feet, I've got a few axial boxes that I use to store stuff in. You probably do too. You've probably got the car boxes that you keep stuff in, that you travel with, and that's how you organize. But I was like, these boxes, otherwise, if you don't use it for that purpose, it's garbage.
Yes.
So let's make it into something. You know, originally what I had done was I had contacted somebody who makes scale garages. And we had designed a garage, and I had sent it to him, and I said, make me a garage because I want to do this entire brand and this entire campaign within this scale garage, and I want you to build it for me. And we couldn't make it happen for whatever reason, and so we had to come up with plan B. Like, what are we going to do? Just in a meeting, spitballing, it came up, let's make the garage out of the box. And then we were still going to go through with making the big garage and do all the shooting in it. But once we got the paper garage, it looked so good, we didn't need to build the main one. So it just progressed. Now the Trailwalker has its own garage, a different garage. It's more open beams and wood. So it's got like a rake and a table and corkboard and stuff on the wall. It's different. And your next RTR you'll see from us will have even a different garage.
So yeah, I really dig the scale garage stuff. You were saying something. Are we expecting another Element project coming out? You said something about another garage or something, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just like with Team Associated with Reedy Factory Team, there's always something coming. And plus we got a birthday coming up. So what a great time to have some fun, right? Yeah. Right. We'll get some cake, we'll get some candles, we'll sing some songs, party hats and whatnot, right?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? I like it, man. The RTR looks really good. It's got Reedy electronics in it. Are there any different components from the RTR to the kit, like shocks or anything else that would?
It's more of additional components. We wanted to keep the vehicles the same. You know, it's basically kind of a customer's choice at that point, right? You either buy it because you want it all done and ready to go, or you buy it because you want to put it together and add your own stuff. But we wanted to give you basically the same base kit. So what we did indifferent for the kit was we gave you links so that you had ability to adjust the wheelbase, because the wheelbases are all over the place. So now you had some ability to work with this base kit. We changed all the plastic components in the shock, the lower cap, the upper cap, and the retainer with aluminum machine variants. And we changed all the internal transmission guts to machined steel. So you had more weight, durability, and then we went ahead and included all of the overdrive options in the box too. So it's not a whole lot different than an RTR, other than it gives you some more adjustability and a nice base platform to start with. And you also get a little garage. Yeah, in the box.
There you go. I'm watching AE Fanboy, Kyle Predmore. I know he's gonna listen to this. What's up? Good dude.
Hey,
I'm
Kyle.
watching him. Yeah, he's doing his build. He's putting a hard body on it. He bobbed the bed. And I'm going to bring him on here to talk about it. He's been on the podcast before. Awesome dude, full of energy as well.
Absolutely. I had the opportunity to meet him recently at CDM. Great guy.
All right. Well, I know you guys are always constantly thinking ahead, but I know you said probably going to have something coming up soon, but can you, big picture, maybe a year from now, what are you guys looking to do with Element? Will we see maybe some Element events like Axial has, or Proline by the Fire? Anything like that to, there's a lot of scale things going on around the world too. So I guess it's kind of like racing. You got to find out where you're going to fit that in too. Exactly. And it's no different than racing, where there's probably a lot of races that go on that most people don't even know about. Well, the same thing happens with trail trucking. There's probably an event happening every weekend somewhere, a gathering of some sort. I mean, they even happen at night on the weekdays and stuff. Not so much right now during this quarantine stuff, but normally there's tons of gatherings.
One of the things that we try really hard to do at Associated Electrics is stimulate the industry as a whole. So there's plenty of events and things like that. I would rather stimulate the industry and participate in one of the events that exists now versus creating another event, another national, another world, whatever it might be. So there probably won't be an element event, but I'm not one to say never. There's just currently not planned for one right now. But we will definitely be attending quite a few. We have a lot of product coming, parts coming, designs and things like that. Like, we're super hungry and pedal to the metal.
Yeah. And will it all be licensed stuff, or will it be like, I know you did the licensed tires and wheels and all that type of stuff. Will we see maybe a licensed body from you guys, or you're just going to leave that to like Proline and J Concepts, or any other licensed type of products can we expect from you guys?
We definitely have partners that we work with when it comes to licensing, like Method in general and Fox, things like that. So yeah, you would see that kind of stuff. Chances are not likely that you would see royalty-driven licensed bodies. Again, I think it's best that the aftermarket support that kind of stuff. It's best for the industry. It's best for the hobby shop and all that. It's much cheaper to pay for a license for a spare part than it is to pay for a license for an RTR. And unfortunately, in order to justify the cost of the license for most of that stuff, the cost is passed on to the customer. So your cost of your RTR goes up $100 for a body that you can get from somebody for $40 or something to that effect. So I never feel comfortable heading down the licensed road. It would have to be something incredible for me to even consider it. Otherwise, I'd probably fight pretty hard against it. It's just a cost thing.
Yeah, I agree.
You're just paying somebody else to use their name, and just get the body after the fact. Most people get another body anyway.
Yeah. How big is scale trail now, do you think? I think it's way bigger than what I do in 8-scale nitro racing and off-road racing. It has to be.
It's not as easy to track. Like, you can track racing because there's transponders clicking away laps and stuff like that, so you can build graphs and whatnot. But I would say that trail trucks, distributors would be able to comment further, but trail trucks probably sell 4-to-1, 5-to-1 for a race car.
I would say
even
so.
Higher. That's probably being pretty conservative. The thing is it's kind of like the same thing with race cars. Off-road sells a lot better than on-road, and it's mostly because of utility. You can take an off-road car and drive it just about anywhere, but an on-road car, you can't drive anywhere.
Exactly.
You have to be on a flat surface. You really can't even go up the transition from your driveway to the street sometimes. So the cool thing about trail trucks is they can go everywhere. So you're really not limited in what you can do with it. Take it wherever you want. And that's cool.
agree with
and
you.
You don't need anybody else. You don't need a checkered flag. You don't need a lap counting system. You don't need to burn down tires. You don't need a sponsor.
Yep. And you can it's slow and it's fun. It takes skill. There is skill involved, but I mean, anybody can do it. Anybody can do it.
It's just like RC cars, right? Anybody can do it, but it's tough to do it well.
Yes. Do you think
it's like golf? I always thought golf looked easy until I picked up a golf club. No, it's not. It's not easy at all.
It's not at all. I've just been to the putt range and driving range. So I've never actually played golf, but I know it will frustrate me. But I do you think this is a great segue or way to introduce? I definitely think it's a great way to introduce RC to people. Do you think it can transfer over into more of what racing wise? Do you think it can get into that genre? Do you think people will pick that up? Or
I think there's some things that have to change fundamentally with racing before the mass populace will be eager to venture into a racetrack. The racetrack is not the most inviting place.
I agree.
There's not somebody at the door of the racetrack with their arms open that says, "Come on in, let's have some fun." In fact, that's quite opposite. It's very cliquey. You're in your little groups. There's some crossover. And there's always people that meander back and forth, and people that we've known forever. You venture over to Losi guys and you hang out, and those guys venture over to X-Ray and you hang out, and these know each other. But otherwise, for the most part, it's pretty segregated like states, and everybody's got their own rules and their own cliques, and that's intimidating.
It is.
And then someone says, okay, all right. Well, give me an idea of what this costs. What's the entry level class? Okay, well, let's do 2-wheel buggy. Okay, cool. Well, what motor? 17.5. All right. Who's the fast guy? That guy over there. How much is your setup? I don't know, about $2,800. Okay, see ya. I'm gonna go get a trail truck.
Because we like
How
to
come that
brag.
guy over there has got a? How come that guy's got a drill over there and he's like looks like he's smoking tires? Oh, he's got to get his tires ready for his C main venture. Well,
Yeah.
What? Wait,
Crazy.
what? He just bought the tires for $50 and now he's going to grind them down to $8.
Yeah.
It just there are things that have to change before we can ever even consider this mass populace that we hope to venture into.
You just said everything that I kind of say almost every podcast. And we as these RC nerds that go to these RC races, we look like we're going to some underground dog fighting or satanic cult is what I like to say.
Yeah.
We like to say, yeah, that will cost me $3,000, that setup. And I agree with you. We should say, this is a little bit more advanced and I've got quite a lot invested in it, but you can get a nice used setup for this much. And you could get started for $700-800 to get started. See if you like it. And even that's a stretch. And then you can go on from there. But we just like to say, yeah, we got a $700 motor and $200 servos and everything's matching. And I like all of that stuff, but it is very intimidating to new people price wise. And we are not inviting because we're like, we have this little, it's like our little thing here and we guard it and we hold it. And we're like, we don't want nobody else to touch it. It's ours. And it's
Stop
not
flexing.
ours. Yeah.
Stop flexing. Nobody cares about your flex.
Yeah.
For me, I was trained from the beginning to be acceptant of that kind of stuff. With, like I said, when I mentioned Tony Phelan earlier, he didn't have to help me. He could have done what every other fast racer at the time was doing to me and just like, get out of the way, squid, but he didn't. He saw an opportunity to help a guy and he helped me. And if we just did that, there's also another problem. When the race director, the hobby shop owner, the track owner, this guy or girl has concerns as well. If they start creating rules that makes it so that it's easier to enter the hobby, they piss off the elite racer. The elite racer is the vocal racer. The vocal racer usually has a crowd. And if the vocal racer decides, I'm not going to this track because I don't like that the race director is not going to let us burn tires down or he's not going to let us run sauce, I'm not going to his track and I'm taking my 15 friends somewhere else. That could be detrimental to a track. Yep. So we have these race directors that are a little bit timid to force rules. And that's really what needs to happen. If manufacturers and track owners can't get together and create a nice structure of rules that are inviting to the future, we just need to stop considering the future and just be comfortable with our little clique of people, and that we just grow by word of mouth. It's not going to grow any more than that. It's not inviting. It's not fun.
Yeah, I never even thought of it that way, but that last point you brought up, and it's 100% correct. It's the click. Oh, I'm taking my guys, I'm taking my ball, and I'm gonna go play somewhere else because you ain't doing what I want to do. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. But that's we RC racers are their own worst enemies. It's the truth.
Well, look, I mean, you have Roar, who obviously, everyone could say their thing about Roar, whether it's right or wrong, but at least they tried. They tried to create a set of rules, but then the same thing, they have to bend to people that scare them, that will push them, and they're just people. They're volunteers that they're trying to keep this thing organized, and nobody's ever going to get it right. No race organization's ever going to get it right. RCGP can do all this wonderful stuff, and there's still going to be somebody that complains about this, that, or the other thing. It doesn't matter. There's always going to be someone who doesn't like it. Someone has to come in and say, these are the rules. These are the rules we're going to stick to. I understand you don't like it, and you're going to be uncomfortable. This is the better for the greater good. We hope to grow this sport. It's hard to do that and not be a dictator. Yeah, nobody wants to deal with a dictator.
I know all about that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. See, we want the freedom, we want the growth, but most people are unwilling to compromise for themselves for that growth, and that's just selfish.
It is.
You have to give up a little bit if you want the future. If you really want the sport to be great, you're going to have to let go of a little bit of comfort.
And that comes from
that crazy good tires and a perfectly prepped track and
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if my track was in better condition than your track, well, because I was in heat 1 and you were in heat 5. You know, it just is what it is. The luck of the draw that day. You know, and I also think we need to go back to racing and stop qualifying for IFMAR. You show up, you run 3 times, you qualify one group, you flip the squad, you qualify again. Everything is racing. Stop racing the clock.
All heads
Teach
up.
these people to race every time.
Yeah.
Every time we're on the track, we're racing.
I agree with you, man.
You know,
I agree with you because
racing the clock is for rally racing.
And not only that, like our qualifying is just like as a new person coming in, they don't understand it. And it's boring. I mean, it's exciting for me because I'm there and I know what's going on, but I would rather just see people race.
I want to see people race too, because you're going to get a different group of people at the top of qualifying, because there are people that can race and people that can qualify, and it's tough to find people that can do both. So sometimes you can have a guy who doesn't necessarily put in the fastest lap or the 3 fastest consecutive laps, but he can win in a race. So that's why I prefer racing, because it levels out the field a bit more. You know, and in SoCal, when I started, you picked a number, and that's what you were on the grid, 1 through 10. And then in the second heat, they flipped the entire group over. So if you were car 1, then you became car 10. I always tried to pick 5 or 6. That way my flip was always the same. You know, so you could pick a strategy like that, or you could pick a strategy to be up front. Let's get back to racing. Let's get back to being inviting and to be comfortable, to be able to run tires for a week and a half, 2 weeks. Like, we need to get back to that. We need to lower the cost. We need to be more inviting if we want this thing to truly grow. Otherwise, just be comfortable with where it's at now.
I agree with everything you say, 100%. Still on scale, Gecko Trails. I love it. How long does it take you to build one of those pieces of artwork, dude?
Everyone is different, and it really depends on why I'm building it. Sometimes I'm building it for a customer. Sometimes I'm building it for myself. To my right here, I've got an entire rack full of different bodies and stuff from Proline that I've collected over time. So I'll just see something, and I'll have a vision, and I'll just start building. For example, the Forerunner that I built recently for a good buddy of mine, Jacob, it's a brown with the black stripes. That was I think that was about 4 months.
Yeah.
And I worked on it probably, I don't know, 10, 15 hours a week, maybe.
Wow.
Depending on how much time I had to work on it.
Do you prefer hard bodies? Or
honestly, I don't have a preference.
Okay.
I like the finished product. I like a challenge. I think the hard bodies are pretty done. It's most of the challenge is in fitting the thing on a car.
Right.
But there's not a whole lot of customization. I guess there's still plenty, don't get me wrong, but I like the challenge of making Lexan look real.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty rad compliment, is when someone can say, whoa, that looks like a real car, and you know full well that it's just a plastic polycarbonate shell. That's really cool.
You know who does a good job of that too? The guy from Norway.
Hemi-Storm, Chris de Graaf.
Yeah.
He is one of the best.
Yeah.
And have you seen like his lettering, the lettering and stuff that's on his paint jobs?
Yeah.
Like, most of people put that stuff on with vinyl. He cuts it out of masking tape.
Really?
And paints it in. Like, so I don't know if everybody really understands the level of his detail. Like, it not only is it exquisite, but the time that goes into hand cutting every single. He did an Element build, and the Element logo wasn't a sticker stuck on the outside. He hand cut masking tape that said Element. The guy's incredible. Really, talented.
He's a good dude. I love all those scale shows. It's my hobby, man. My hobby within the industry. So
yeah, he's got an attitude just like us too. Very excited and fun and having a good time. Can be aggressive and very direct too, which I love. Good guy.
Yes, he is. If you could go scaling anywhere in the world, where would you go, or would you like to
go? Anywhere I haven't been yet. I really don't have a specific place. I want to go to the trees. I want to go to the Red Rock. I want to go to the riverbed. I want to go to Bermuda. I want to go to Thailand. I want to go to Australia. I want to go to the frozen tundra. I don't really care. I want to go somewhere I haven't been. Expansive bits of nature, cool culture, interesting foods, things like that. I just want to go experience life. And if I can bring my toy car with me, then and yeah, so be it.
That's what it's all about. Getting to go to these cool places, experiencing different cultures, meeting new people, and being able to do RC stuff. So win-win for me.
Yes, absolutely. I'm pretty lucky in Southern California. We have quite a bit of culture. There's quite a bit of. It's not very grouped into one. Orange County is pretty uptight white people. There's no doubt about that. But there's plenty of culture here too. So I get to experience quite a bit. But I definitely want to go experience the full immersion of culture. I haven't been to a whole lot of other countries where I'm in their environment,
right?
You know, and that's what I want to experience. I want to experience that energy.
Yeah, you should. You should. Traveling is awesome, man. A passport is a beautiful thing to have, and you should get one and use it. If you don't have one, get one and use it.
Absolutely.
All right. So, you just released this, the DR10 no prep drag racing. I'm looking at it. It's badass. I like this. I got to meet. I'm an avid fan of Tim Smith. I think he's one of the guys that's responsible for. He is the guy that's responsible for how big drag racing is now, especially no prep and all this stuff. I met Tyler Zavadil at DNC from my buddy Sean Rusin. Great dudes. I really like that race that he did. A friend of mine, Mr. Brodon, he gave me a SC5M chassis to convert. I haven't started yet. I have the B5M parts. When I get some extra money, I'll get my body and get all that type of stuff because I would like to build one. But this genre is growing fast.
Yep.
It's scale with racing. And I love it. Like, and honestly, I'll be honest with you. I come from Little Island. I was never ever into drag racing. Never been to a drag race. I don't know anything about cars really, but this appeals to me so much. That Nova body came out from Proline, and I was just like, oh, I love it.
Right. And the cool thing about the no prep car, the short course thing, is that it finally did drag racing a service. Up to that point, drag race cars were like 12 scales and 10 scale pan cars. It's a very precise car, carbon fiber, machined parts, very thin wheels, foam tires, things like that. It's a very difficult car to get right. And the surface was very key. So it could be frustrating, I guess you could say. It wasn't easy to go into a hobby shop and buy parts. So everything about it made it difficult to drag race. These short course conversions, these no prep conversions, bridged the gap that they didn't have. That it was the bridge that they needed this entire time.
Yeah,
it's what guys like Tim Smith needed all this time in order to get it into the mass populace. Made it easy for them to participate. If they want to jump into the carbon fiber race car later, the single cell drag racing stuff, they can. But this gave them a sample. It allowed them to try it.
And I'm starting to see a lot of my genre, the off-road guys, are liking it because there a lot of these car guys and drag racing guys, and they're doing it. And this is catching on like wildfire, man. I am super impressed.
And most guys raced SC, but then stopped. So you probably have an SC truck sitting around. You know, so it's an easy conversion, and now you're racing again.
What did you guys just say? Hey, this is the next. Did Associated just look? They had to just look and just like, this is next. Well, also John Schultz, Tim Smith were really good friends as well. I remember Tim was kind of building one. He was doing a build. I guess it's the predecessor to what the DR. I'm not sure.
But we've been working with Tim for a long time. We fed him parts a long time ago. Truth be told, though, he had a good car built before we started feeding him parts. So I don't want to take away any credit from him whatsoever because he deserves that credit. I mean, we had considered this idea actually a year and a half or so ago, and I will openly admit I said no.
Really?
He pitched to us, Brad, what do you think? And I said no. I don't think. I mean, maybe it was 2 years ago. It was at the time when it was just slashes. There was only a few guys. I think the drag racing TV show was popular or something like that, and that's when it got big. So but it was still kind of nichey. So when they hit me with it, we had a pretty big schedule, and it was going to be like, well, what do we want to pull out in order to put in this drag car? So I'll have to take that one on the chin and openly admit and say, no, I don't think we should do it. Otherwise, we probably would have had this car a year ago. So
what changed your mind?
I'll openly admit that. Being wrong, right? The segment grew. It grew faster than I thought. It grew. I was wrong. I didn't know that it was going to do this. I relied on my previous experience with drag racing to tell me where this could go, not realizing in my head the bridge that this was creating, that this car was easy to get to, that this DR10 featured parts that are almost in every single hobby shop on the planet already, because it's a pre-existing platform. So I didn't think about this stuff as far forward. Once I finally clicked for me, then we had another meeting. What do we make in the future? I had to slowly raise my hand and say, we should do drag car.
Really?
So yeah, we were also another manufacturer, body manufacturer contacted us a while back too and said, hey, you guys should make a drag car. What do you think? And we didn't do it. So honestly, this stuff would have happened sooner, but sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
It's happened now. It's been a big, people were waiting for it. It's based, like you said, it's based off an existing, I guess it's based off a short course chassis. I'm not sure exactly which car it's based off. People
it's
have
basically
parts.
a B5M.
Okay. But with the stretched out chassis. Right. Yeah. Because Tim was using B5M. Yeah. Good
so
stuff.
It would have been, if the SC, if rear motor would have continued to be a thing, this would have been the SC6, right? This would have been the SC5. SC5 went to mid motor, but it would have normally stayed rear motor. This would have been an SC5.
Right. So, I mean, how long? This could have been. This probably wasn't easy. How long was this from idea to product?
This is one of the easier ones we had to do because, like I said, most of the stuff was already there. So we had to do a wheelie bar, wheels and tires, work on spring rates and things like that, make sure that we were right there, and then design a body. So it was, all this stuff is super difficult. Make it sound like it's super easy to create stuff like that. It's laborious. And then you have kind of like we were talking about politics earlier, you have a bunch of different opinions. So when you pass around a body design or something like that within the walls of Associated, it's very difficult. And one of the things we joke about is if we've got 50 people in the building and you ask a vote, it'll be 25-25 split almost every time.
Really?
It's just the way that it works. So it's difficult sometimes just to pull the trigger to make a decision and say, okay, we're going to go with that.
Is this an RTR? Is it a kit?
Right now it's an RTR.
Okay, so what does it come with? Walk us through the electronics. Is this meant to be like a class? And can this compete with out of the box? Can this compete with what guys are doing racing now?
This goes back to what I was talking about at the entrance to the hobby and the warm, comfortable embrace at the hobby shop door. This is not going to be, you're not going to set this car down as an RTR and bang doors with Tim Smith. Okay. That's not going to happen. That's not what this car is for as an RTR.
Okay.
This as an RTR, it's to get your feet wet. If I gave you Tim Smith's DR10 and asked you to drive it, chances are you'd have a hard time getting it down the track. So you got to start somewhere, and you got to be realistic with that start. So as a 2S, it rips. It pulls out of the hole hard, and then kind of levels flat mid-track, and is a nice pull down to the track. You do 3S, and it becomes like stand up on your tippy toes, like whoo, it really moves.
Right.
But it's not a crazy race car. It's to get you there, like a typical RTR would be. And then from there, you have this incredible base platform, no different than Tim Smith's race car for the most part. And you upgrade these electronics, that speed. You get maybe the tires you want, the body that you want, looks-wise, performance-wise. And you're right there. And then you can start considering banging doors with Tim.
Are we going to see a kit version of this?
Yes.
Will there be upgraded parts and like similar to what you've kind of done?
Well, I alluded to that earlier. Being that it's a B5, you've got
you have everything.
Parts.
Yeah,
you've got titanium turnbuckles, bearings, screw sets, Kashima coated shocks, bulkheads, arm mounts, rear hub carrier, steering knuckles, you name it. The parts are already out there.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, that's another really cool thing that already exists.
Will Element, can we expect what I see? I was looking at Tyler's car. He's going a very scale route. I think it's cool. I think this platform's great. I think if we make it look real, even more real, with like, I want to see drivers in there and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I see guys are putting sound boxes in their cars. Like, I think all that's really cool. Can we see more products from Associated Element going in that direction for this genre of RC? Or I don't know. The sky's the limit with it.
I think when it comes to radio control, when it comes to ready to run vehicle, I think it's always in our best interest to keep the stuff as accessible as possible and as realistic looking as possible. So like racing truck, for example, it looks like something Buzz Aldrin would run around on the moon in. It's nothing real at all. Racing truck should be short course trucks. 8 scale racing, in my opinion, truggies shouldn't be a thing. They should have been SE8s. It should have been a closed body truck.
That was cool.
It should not be an open body or an open wheeled monster truck. It's not. That car was basically designed for track time, and then it turned into a category of racing. So, I think it's important to keep the stuff looking super cool, and though that is what's going to be what draws in the people that might not look at this otherwise.
Jason Rona says that a lot, and I agree. And I was like, I'm a hardcore 8 scale nitro racer, and I would admit that I was like, this and when Jason's like, no, we need scale stuff, and I was like, no, but 8 scale, and I was like, I think we need both, but I 100% agree with you on the scale stuff. And I think back to the video that I saw, I think it was late last year or earlier this year, of Mayfield ripping around Revelation with an SE8 nitro car, and I was just like, oh, that's so, and it was doing everything that a buggy would do, and I was like, that's so cool. I just was like, why did this not become a thing? Like, this would have been so great. Like, it's so awesome. I wanted one of those badly.
It's because it's not perfect. It has the same shortcomings that short course 1/10 scale has. They don't fly. As soon as if you make a track like that Revelation track that you saw was pretty flat. There wasn't a lot of big jumps on that track. Big flat turns so you could slide around and whatnot. Once you start to get into big bowly turns and big peaky supercross jumps, short course is toast. The body floats. So if you made the track specific, like the European tracks are way more suited to short course. So it always puzzled me that short course never took off over there. I mean, I get it. They don't do trucks. There's really no trucks in the real world market over there. So I understand. But their tracks are so perfectly suited for short course racing. That's just these long floating jumps, wide, flat sliding turns. They're a riot to drive, but they don't drive like a race car. So if you have to drive an SC8 and then you have to drive your RC8 back to back, you're struggling to kind of get that feel between the two.
I don't care. They still look cool. And
I totally agree. SC8 is one of the best vehicles I've ever owned. It's one of the most fun I've ever had. They are tough. They're awesome. They look incredible. They're fast. They work. Some of the most fun I've ever had was behind the wheel of an SC8.
Sweet. So this no prep stuff, should it stay? We was talking about, I went on Track Walk podcast this week and we got on this and they brought up a great point. They wanted, they was like, should it stay short course based cars? I know, I saw Tim's building like one of these 577s or, like a all carbon fiber, like no prep one. Look, like anything, I always say we as an industry killed short course. We went too far. We had high flow bodies. We took it from an entry level class and then we got pros running it, which was cool, but then it got really too competitive and it got expensive. So and eventually it died, which short course is at now. And it's a shame that it died because it's a great entry level class for racing. Should no prep stay similar, like based off no SC chassis, or eventually, because this is going to grow and there's going to have to be some, I guess it's no prep in it. So it's bring what you run, but I don't know, should it stay simple? You think, or I just think evolution is going to happen and it's going to get to where things go faster and faster. And then probably the short course chassis will be a class in its own in this no prep thing.
I think that's probably what will happen. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. We have plenty of history to look back on, and we see these giant spikes that come into the industry. The first big spike would have been the RC10. Some few spikes down the road would have been the T-Max and the Slash. These big spikes brought in droves of people, hundreds of thousands of people into this hobby. And the very first thing that we did was we stripped those cars apart and we made them into race cars. So, and what happened to those categories? They're dead.
They're gone.
They're gone.
Yep.
If we got to learn from that mistake,
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a place for full carbon fiber race cars, but referring to them as no prep cars, in my opinion, is a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be that situation where the guy comes into the track, or he sees you guys out running on the street, and he cruises up and he goes, "I want to get into this." And and then the ego kicks in from the people racing. There's like, "Well, yeah, you can get in an RTR, but you won't be fast enough." Or you can get into what he's got, and it's going to cost you $3,000. We've got to be more inviting. So yes, carbon fiber cars, awesome. Fastest things on the planet, under 1 second in the past. Cool, let's do it. But please, please, please don't eliminate the entry-level spot.
Yes.
Keep the plastic chassis. Keep these cars simple, easy, 2S. You could probably go into some nuts and bolts on kind of what the rules should be. I'm not an authority on that matter. Tyler and Tim and those guys would be a better authority on that matter. But don't make it too crazy. Don't make it too racy. Don't make it too expensive, or just get comfortable with racing the same 3 friends for the rest of your time.
Yeah, I think this genre has great potential. Great potential to grow. Great potential to bring new people into RC because it combines realism with racing. And and the off-road guys are definitely more off-road. I just see it. Everybody's talking about this in the off-road genre.
Yes,
I think, and I think the other factor is like the fact that you can win money doing it, which I'm cool with. I'm all right with that because that's how real drag racing is. And
this is playground stuff, right? This is the stuff like, I can run faster than you. I can jump higher than you. I can climb higher in that tree. You pull up to a light with a guy, and you drive a truck, and he drives a truck, and you look over, and he looks over, and you're like, all right, let's see what you got. It's just the true competitive nature. Drag racing is just that pure set it down, go. Of
course, man. I really like what Tyler done here in Vegas. I think he's going to do it again. When he does it again next year, it's going to be even bigger. Yeah. And I can just see these type of events popping up all over, not just in America, but all over the world eventually, because I think drag racing kind of transcends all nations. Like, I know like in Puerto Rico, it's really big. Her drag racing's big too. Yeah. So I think this is really cool. And I 100% agree with you. And we talked about this on Track Walk, that entry level, that there has to stay. If that gets eliminated, it's gonna screw this class. And I'm not an expert on this, but I can see, like you said, history can show us and tell us what's going to happen.
Yeah, and look to 4-wheel buggy. There is no entry-level 4-wheel buggy. There's never been a 4-wheel buggy RTR. So that's one of the classes that struggles to gain any kind of, no pun intended, traction. There has to be kind of a feeder product. There's got to be room to grow. And when you create some of that product, like, it's not easy for us to create a product that might be a little bit dumbed down or might not be as rad as we can possibly make it. But you've got to exercise some control. You've got to be realistic. It's I said it on the RIP podcast, I believe, is we can make the best car on the planet, but it's going to be a $5,000 car, and you'd have to order it on demand. But that's just not realistic. That's not good for the industry, in my opinion.
Not at all, man. What else can we expect? No prep wise. Anything else besides the kit?
Well, we're definitely invested into it, so we will continue to go down this road. Like I said, you will see a kit. I don't see why you wouldn't see a variant to the RTR possibly down the road, stuff like that. We cut molds for tires and wheels and bodies and wheelie bars and stuff like that. So we are fully invested. So we will continue this road. We want to see this grow. We don't really adventure into anything or venture into anything that we don't plan to see through. So this is no exception.
Awesome, man. Once again, hats off to you guys. Another great vision. Absolutely great vision. And even though you said no, I'm shocked that you said no at first. But
that's why I'm openly admitting it, because I think it takes a man to be able to take one on the chin, and
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong there. I made the wrong move, and I try not to make them in the future.
Good stuff, man. I mean, we've pretty much covered everything I wanted to talk about on this, even stuff that I didn't even know where we was gonna go. That's why I love, if I don't know, I love when that conversation goes like that. Me too. We talk about different things and whatnot.
Yeah.
What do you miss from back in the day? And I know your feelings on what we need to do for the future of RC. So I'm not even going to ask that again. But if you could bring something back from back in the day with RC, what would it be?
Gosh, I haven't been to the track in a very, very, very long time because it just doesn't suit my personality. But one of the things that I miss was the time that you spent between heats around the track, shooting the shit and making fun of the people that are on the track and making fun of your buddies for a poor qualifying session and talking about setups and then maybe going to dinner afterward or after a big event where everybody gets together. I miss that stuff. I miss the conversations. I miss the traveling. You showing up at a Reedy race and getting to see all these guys you don't normally get to see. The guys that would come over from Europe and the guys that would come over from Australia and the guys that would come over from Japan. That kind of stuff is probably what I miss from back in the day. I miss the passion that people used to have for building batteries and cutting motors and seeding brushes and doing that kind of stuff. It seemed like it kept your head down and kept you out of talking shit and doing stupid stuff and maybe getting off onto weird tangents with setups, and it kept you focused.
Right.
It kept your hands involved in the car. You stayed tinkering. You stayed a bit more involved. But it's probably good for me, and I like it because that's my favorite part of it. I miss that part of it, which is why I like trail trucks. The whole thing is camaraderie. The whole deal is camaraderie. It's just getting together and talking. Sometimes you'll go on trail and that truck will stay at your feet and not move more than 10 feet, but you're there for 3 hours talking to people. You know what I mean? And you had a good time.
Yeah,
and
I know what you mean.
It's that. I lost that when I had to race, when I had to be competitive. And I only had so much time between a qualifying session, turn marshaling, burning down tires, and then getting back on the track again. Like, I just couldn't do that grind anymore.
Got you. Well, I understand that, man. And I think that's my attraction to the scale stuff. Not that it looks cool. And I could never really have one of these ever in real life. But it is way more relaxed. I'm looking forward to getting together with a group of guys here in the DR that are done in about 3 hours away and just hanging out with these guys. And they're like, we're in a WhatsApp group, and it is the most busiest group I have on my phone. And they're just sharing pictures. And my buddy's made this awesome course. It's not scale, but it's like, he's just made all these different things on his roof, and it's so nice. And I just want to go down there and have fun with it. I used to race with these guys, but they are so into this, and I'm probably not as into it as them because I do this RC for a living. But I just want to go down there and hang out with them and watch them do it, look at their cars. They can show it all off, and I think that is fun, and I really do. And I'm trying to get them into the drag racing. They said they would do it, so maybe I gotta get one built. Yeah,
show them how rad they can be scale looking. That you could put a little parachute on the back and that you can put a little side exhaust and stuff like that. And they'll be into it because it's the same. It scratches the same itch. Nick, we talked about Nick a couple of times here. One of the things that I keyed on was his excitement for the group, the Element RC group. Yeah. He was shocked by how positive and inviting and warm and fired up for the hobby that these people were. I could tell that it was a breath of fresh air for him. So hopefully it's the same thing for you. When you go out and you trail with these guys, it's going to be a breath of fresh air. It's that, like I said, that feeling when you first got an RC car and you're just like,
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. Well, my dude, you are definitely one of the people that I want to meet one day and sit off and have a few beers with and talk about life. I thank you for coming on the podcast. You have put some positivity back into my life today. I appreciate that. And before we go, would you like to say shout out to anybody, say thank you to anybody, and just plug some people before we go?
I'm not a super big plugger, but Associated Electrics has been, we are AE is a true deal. We are family. Being away from the office is difficult, and it's difficult because I'm missing my family. So yeah, just to all of them, every single one of them is an integral part. Obviously, I'm not going to get into thanking my wife and kids and all that kind of fun stuff. I didn't win an Academy Award or what have you. It's just, I appreciate the hobby. I appreciate the people that are involved in it. Keep having fun. Keep the spin positive. Thank you so much for having me. This has been an incredible talk. I've had a great time. I can't wait to do it again.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
Appreciate it.
I can't wait to break some bread one day. Yeah, keep the smiles going and let's grow this thing.
Of course, man. I'm all about that. Thank you for your time, dude. And remember, anybody, check out we all know what the Element trucks are. Check out their Facebook group. Check out his Gecko Trails. Some beautiful projects in there. And I'm excited to see what you do with this orange beast next to you. I think you're gonna go all out on this too. So that drag car, I'm looking forward to seeing that. And thank you for your time, man.
Thank you, Keenan. I appreciate it.
All right, we have sound now, right? We have sound. Have sound.
Sounds good.
There we go.
I hear you 3 times now. Once is enough.
Unfortunately, I can hear JQ the loudest.
Well, let's go to our intro music.
Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Tekno RC. Excellence in engineering. Hashtag Tekno Takeover.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 73 of the No Name RC podcast. Call-ins. I think Mick, have you got me on speakerphone?
No, why?
It's coming. It's feeding back, but okay, that's better.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Sounded like some orgy was going on.
No, that's the dog.
Way to get things started.
Typical. The dog wants to go out.
Oh, there we go. There we go. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the NNRC Hotline, sponsored by Tekno RC. Do you guys hear that coming back, or is it just me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear a little bit.
I think it's you, Mick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's weird. I don't hear it now. So I do now. I do.
I switched my headphones off. It might have been that.
Maybe you can put it up to like your ear, like a regular phone call, or are you using this like laptop?
Wait a minute, I'm trying to get my speaker on again now.
Oh, the speaker's going to be worse. Yes. What's up, Jake Glasgow? What's up, everybody? Good to see you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Joining us this week is Kyosho legend Mick Cradock. He's trying to sort out his audio. This is my fault. I had to help my wife bring in the groceries before this, so started late. My trusty co-host Nick Watlett of Wally Builds.
How's it going?
And my sidekick, Beaker Q. What's up, Beaker? How are you?
I'm just thinking you had to help with the groceries, so you had to do like double trips, basically.
Very good, Joseph. Well, I mean, we do try to buy for 1 week because it took all day to buy groceries and go to the bank.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So while Mick sorts out his audio, let's chat. We have 37 people share this. I know it's early. People are probably getting back to work now. Things are starting to look like they're getting a little bit back to normal. And in America, Nick, you're going racing this weekend.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to race at OCRC on Friday. They're doing like a very modified schedule. So 40 entries and You have to sign up online so they can kind of keep account of how many entries they're getting, and then they close it after 40 or 40 people, not 40 entries. But yeah, I'm excited to get back and get to run a little bit of two-wheel drive buggy, see how it goes.
Sweet. And Joseph, what have you been up to? Never mind, I don't care. No, what have you been up to, Joseph?
Well, I wasn't gonna say it anyway.
What you gonna say? Are we in a bad mood today, Joseph? Are we not?
I already know I'm gonna need a beer, so I'll go get a beer.
Yeah, you gotta go get yourself a beer. I got myself one. Woo, and my Beach RC. This is from the Blue Ridge Nationals. Thank you, Josh Garbett, for the beer coolie. My daughter.
I'm gonna pass on the beer for today.
I had to deal with my daughter for 2 days, and I wanted a beer at 10 o'clock this morning. You know,
Okay, I'm back.
all right. Mick, how you doing there?
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, that's better.
feedback.
That's better. Welcome, Nick. Welcome, Mick, to the NNRC Hotline. How are you, man?
Good, thank you. And you? All good? Safe and well?
All good. All good. Getting even fatter. That's about it. You know. All good. What have you been up to? You've been busy. I've been seeing you doing a lot of Facebook Lives with George over there in, I think he's in, where is he to? In Malaysia?
Malaysia.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been having fun. Just having some fun, really.
Yeah.
So,
I even saw you, Taro had you driving some Gran Turismo on that wheel, man. You was getting all serious.
yeah, and the foot pedals kept slipping on the floor, so it wasn't much fun. So. we're gonna buy the proper thing soon.
You know, you can get a stand for that right there in England. I got one actually, and it's like a fold-up stand. You can use a regular chair. Actually, I think you can.
He wants to use the proper one that they all use, so he's going to get one soon. I think it's about 800 quid.
Oh, there you go. They're not cheap. I mean,
no, but it'll be better. It'll be more fun. I'll be more interested in having a go then.
Hey, Joseph. Anthony Westergaard's watching. What's up, Anthony? How you doing? Factory Tracks.
Best buddy.
Anthony, you should call in and talk to Joseph. So, I know many people probably ain't going to call today, but if you want to, 1-424-414-6672. Call in and ask us some questions. We want to talk to you guys. If not, give us some questions in Facebook Live, and I'll do my best to get to them. Yeah. So, Mick, you guys are pretty much locked down over there in the UK. Pretty wow. It's hitting you guys pretty hard over there.
Yeah, it's been quite a long time now, but everyone's been sort of playing by the rules, so It's been quite good. So hopefully we can get out by Monday a little bit more and get some going.
Any idea of when you guys might actually get back to racing there?
Well, we're just waiting for the government to release how many people in a social gathering outside. We're hoping it's going to be 60 plus, but I can't really see it at the moment, to be honest with you.
How about you, Joseph? What's going on in Finlandia?
I mean, my life's pretty normal.
Yeah.
So I can go to the RC track. I can ride my dirt bike. I can sit at home.
So, not a whole lot's changed.
Yeah, so for me, it's normal. For social people, I guess the problem is that the bars aren't open and the restaurants aren't open. But they'll open in June. So.
Yeah, I think things are going to start opening a little bit more here around the 15th of May. But right now, we're still on the curfew. And yeah, actually, the police came by Monday because it was a holiday here. And somebody was playing music in the house next door. They thought it was me. So they came after 5. So they came by to shut that down. But
wow.
Yeah, they ain't playing. Yeah, it's just no games here, man. This is how it goes here, man. I play by the rules or you go to jail. Simple as that. So
that's pretty crazy. I would have been in jail a long time ago.
Yeah, you would have done it once, though, and you wouldn't have done it again. You would have went for one night, and you'd have been like, nope, not going to that jail again.
Yes, that's the end of that.
Yeah. So what's going on, Mick? Kyosho is looking pretty good recently. We have you have Renault. You just signed Renault. You got Yao doing good things. CJ looks like he's starting to feel out the car and get it under, what's the word? Get on his feet with it, I guess. I know it's messed things up. But it's looking pretty good for you guys. I mean, I think Yao has been the most impressive for me.
Yeah, he's getting good. He was we were getting into a good rhythm in the States the last time we would see each other, actually. So he was just frustrated. He was making a lot of mistakes because he hadn't practiced so much and a bit rusty in the racecraft and stuff. But yeah, he did well in he brought it all together in the end in the States. So it was pretty good.
What do you think has caused his improvement? Because I was watching a Neo race from Redovan the other day. And I was watching Max and these guys battle, and I was like, wow, like Max was beating these guys at one point in this race. I was even telling Joseph that. And he has improved, like Yao has improved a lot from 2018. And I personally think he's improved a lot since you kind of got more involved with him. So what do you think has been the main thing in helping him improve?
I think it's with any driver, it's confidence and confidence in their machinery, reliability wise. So if I can do my job properly, then this car's going to stay together and it should handle fairly okay for him. And so I think it's just working together and taking advice from each other, really. So I'd like to I've helped him.
Yeah, I definitely see that. Like more like that kind of driver mechanic relationship. I mean, that's pretty important for most things. Even in like dirt bike riding, that's pretty important. So yeah, the better that gets, the more success you guys should have.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks.
Where'd you go, Keenan?
Did Keenan die of coronavirus?
It seems like it, huh? Keenan, stop writing notes.
Fell asleep. I wouldn't be surprised.
Is he trying to talk to us? Because I don't hear him.
Oh, you know what? I had it muted.
I muted myself. I
switched it off again.
Typical Keenan.
Oh, man. No more beer for me. I had it muted, and I'm looking at myself talking.
I muted myself.
What do you think about Yao? We talk about it quite a lot, and I think he has improved quite a bit.
We went over that for sure.
Joseph, I'm talking to you. I'm not muted now.
I've said it before already.
Oh, shucks. You know what? You're just being miserable.
He's fast, but he crashes too much.
He did crash a lot at DNC.
Brain, he could do a lot better. But he doesn't switch his brain on. He just goes for it. So one day, maybe he wakes up and stops doing dumb mistakes. Or maybe he doesn't. No one knows. No, only he knows. I mean, maybe even he doesn't know. I don't know.
Well, thank you for your insightful answer.
Actually, Mick, so Elliot used to be kind of crazy too, but was he as crazy as Joao?
I think they were when they were, because they were about the same age when I started with Elliot. I started with him a lot younger in 2012, and then we stopped until middle of 2015. And Elliot went through a stage similar to Zhao's going through now, and then all of a sudden he just stopped. He stopped crashing. Just for racing.
You think Elliot was about the same as far as the sort of insane driving mistakes? Yeah. Okay, so there's hope.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's still young too. He's what, 24?
He's 22.
Really?
22.
Oh, he's still very young.
Really? He's only 22?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joseph. Yeah. And you're just getting closer to 40, buddy.
I thought he was older.
No, you'll be racing Degani soon.
Oh my gosh! Hey, so Mick, I interviewed one of your favorite drivers from the UK the other day. I interviewed Jamie Booth.
Wait, I just realized something.
Oh shush!
You said he's 22.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
He could be my son.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you guys realize that?
Man, wouldn't that be a bummer?
He could be my. Oh my god.
More so for Yao.
It's actually physically possible.
No, it's not, because someone would want to have actually want to have a child for you in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not how it works, Keenan.
Yeah, they kind of want to have a child with you.
They don't need to want to have a child with you. They just need to want to have sex with you. That's enough.
Well, that's the kind of thing I was trying to say. You know,
They aren't the same thing.
all right, but yeah, y'all's definitely. I think he was in Toronto for a little bit too earlier this year, and that's good, man.
Yeah, I think it was in December. I think something like.
So what about Renault? Renault to Kyosho, I think he's home. I think this is what he's been looking for. I think he's
no.
Oh shucks, there we go.
Kyosho is not going to survive Renault. So Renault, basically, think about it. Renault goes to Durango goes bankrupt.
Oh.
Renault goes to RB goes bankrupt. Where else did he go? Renault goes to TLR. Renault goes to TLR. TLR basically went bankrupt, right? Basically, the racing side.
Shut
They're
up.
like scrapping racing. Restructuring. They're restructuring, doing this and that. And okay, now they're racing again. But basically gets cut because of budgets and this and that, right? So he goes to Kyosho. I'm sorry, Mick. I know Kyosho is like your life, but Kyosho is going to go. Dead as a dodo. Kyosho is going to go bankrupt. Within 2 years, Kyosho is going to be like, they're going to fall on their sword.
No, they did really well, mate. Don't forget, we're not just a race program like all the other people.
I know, but all of that shit's it's done. It's going to go.
We sell all the mini Zeds and everything. You wouldn't believe how many mini Zeds.
Savoia is going to bring that down. That Kyosho Corporation empire is going to crash and burn.
No.
So then he will be left again without a deal.
You're wrong.
Trust
Yeah,
me.
Joseph. Don't be upset because Savoya's getting older and he's still faster than you.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's got a kid now, so it's even more focused on that. He's faster than you.
JQ, how many years older you are than Renault?
I don't know. How old is he?
I think Renault's-
Well, he can't be my son. Okay, let's just start with that.
You're definitely older than Renault.
I think he's like 32,
I think so,
33.
Yeah.
Maybe like 5 years older or something.
It's not that much, but
Yeah.
Anyway, what's your point? Do you have a point?
My point is that Renault is still better than you. And
Oh,
he's-
Mick.
uh,
Mick, did you have a point?
what about
His
Age, Mick.
what's your point if you always keep saying that Kyosho's going bankrupt all the time? Why do you say this?
Oh, I'm saying it because Renault went there.
No, it's nothing
He
to
has
do
a
with that.
history.
He's just in the race program, but don't forget he's got an RC shop in the.
Well, then they're going to quit the race program. Something's going to go.
oh, Jesus.
Something's going to happen.
Shut up.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, Mick, I
when
hope.
are you going to start your
I'm-
race program anyway? When are you going to get some fucking decent drivers and get your hand in your pocket?
In like 3 years when I quit racing.
3 years.
Yeah,
you need to quit now.
Have you got 3 years to do that?
He's got
I
this.
don't think you're
Yeah.
going to last 3 years.
Easily.
He's got this
I'm
grand
40 years
plan.
old and I'll quit.
2 years. You ain't going to last fucking 1 year, mate.
Yeah, but all I need is a bowl of rice and some soup, and I'm good.
But don't
You know, so I need to sell like one car a month. I'll survive. It what?
It doesn't make cars.
It doesn't what?
Bowl of rice. All you need is a bowl of rice. It doesn't make cars, does it? It doesn't make fast cars.
No, but I can survive. That's what I mean. Like if times are bad, I'll survive.
Well, I can't survive off
I
a
only
bowl of
need
rice.
to- yeah, but I
do
need to pay Keenan like some beers and peanuts, you know, and he'll be happy.
You think
Westergaard says you got smashed at every local club race in SoCal.
that's because he
Yeah.
sucked?
I like to keep my friends happy, so let him win.
Hey, so Mick,
Yeah.
I had Jamie Booth on the last podcast. Yes.
Yeah, I missed that. I didn't even know about it. I was gutted. I missed it. So I've got to listen to that.
He is. I didn't realize how much of an RC stud he was until I started researching him, and it was a great chat, man.
Yeah, it was awesome.
He was definitely an RC stud in his time, and very nice guy. I enjoyed my chat with him, man. He said some good things about you as well, helping him out in Nitro and whatnot.
That's good. That's good.
So, yeah. So, I don't know. We ain't got no call-ins. Let's see if we have any questions. One of my friends asked me, why do I hate Kyosho? I don't hate Kyosho, but this goes back to my long rivalry when it was Kyosho and Mugen only, right? So, I'm not going to lie. The Kyosho car was way better, but I wanted to make the Mugen work, and he would beat me. And so I had this internal hate for Kyosho from that long time ago. But it was the best car for the longest while, period. And how many world championships does it have, Mick?
8 world champions.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. So what's the plan? 6 in a row.
Yeah.
What's the plan going forward once we get back racing with Renault and Yao and CJ? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, they're all going to stay the same, but Kyosho's plan is to start back from the roots, like the club drivers and stuff like that, helping more of that. That's what we're working on. That's what Renault's going to help with in France, and myself in Europe as well, and the rest of it. That's our plan. And then help the factory drivers as well. You don't need hundreds and hundreds of factory drivers, like 20 factory drivers in each country. You only need, you look at the likes of Yamaha and Suzuki, Ducati and stuff like that, and you have 2 riders representing the world, in MotoGP. So that's what we're looking to do, I think he'd be surprised in the Kyosho program if he really knew about it, but he doesn't.
What would be really good? What could be really good? It could really work, I think. Like on a world stage, if you had 2 top drivers for Kyosho, and then they raced in the RCGP championship, because then the exposure would be phenomenal.
Yeah, but that's if we could race against all of the top drivers. MotoGP, the top drivers.
Yeah, but you can race against the other top drivers.
There was too many restrictions in it to get it going.
There were no restrictions. I saw plenty of brands in there.
Yeah, I didn't really. I didn't. No disrespect to the drivers.
There were some that going bankrupt that didn't have enough money.
Joseph.
I only see 6 decent drivers you had in the GP anyway. So unfortunately.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Who was that? Me?
Not you.
No. Jack, you and Max were racing in there. You should have been racing in there. You should have been in the support class, both of you, for a start. So that's not the best drivers
in the support class?
Yeah, you should have been in the, what's the class that Taro was in? Because we still can't see results for that. We never see any results.
RC2.
In no video. All we see is the videos of you going around getting lapped.
So you haven't been on the YouTube? I don't think you've been on YouTube.
It's so hard to find any results or anything. I still don't know where Taro finished.
Actually, we can find that. Right?
Can you send me a link then? Because no one can find it. I asked all the best people with computers in my life, and we can't find it where we think.
All the best people with computers.
Shut up, Joseph. But Mick, you did attend the race. Shut up for a minute, Joseph. Shut up.
Yeah.
Silence yourself.
What's your job? My job is to be the best person computer.
NNRC or whatever it was.
I'm good with a computer. That's my job. That's my type.
Hey, Joseph, did Ongaro get his prize money? What was it, 10 grand or whatever? Did he get that in the end?
I don't know. You have to ask the team if they paid him.
Yeah, but I thought the team got some money and then the driver got some money as well.
Well, I don't know what arrangement they have. The team gets the money.
So how much did the team win in the end then for winning the first year of the RCGP?
10 grand.
10 grand. And they actually got it then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't they get it?
I don't know. I was asking. I remember my question I asked you, and you said that I was being negative towards MotoGP or RCGP. Yeah, I get confused with it. So I said, I'm not against it. I thought it was good. I thought we got plenty of track time. I enjoyed it.
You did look like you had fun. I was glad you came. Taro had fun.
Yeah, it was really good. I miss it. I'd like to go back and race again. It was really good.
Yeah, you guys spent a good bit of time going around SoCal, hanging out.
Yeah.
That must have been good for you. You stayed with Tim Long, right?
Yeah, always.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Hey, Mick, you need to do another. Oh, but Neo Buggy doesn't do it. I was reading your blog the other day about your worlds. I think you need to continue that. I don't think we have a 2018 one. Or did you do that version yet?
Yeah, no, I haven't done. I didn't do the 2016 one either. The last one I did was 2014 for Neo Buggy.
Really? I really enjoy reading those, man. You should do them again.
Yeah, I should do. Trouble is, I'd have to write at the end, I wonder if we can do another world championship because Kyosho's going bankrupt, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you should. Like, this may be the last worlds for me, so. You know.
Was you excited to go to the Worlds in Brazil coming up, Nick?
I wasn't going to go. No.
Really?
No.
Why?
Yeah.
Because I couldn't be bothered to fly. Nothing to do with Kyosho going bankrupt.
Right. I'm sure.
Shut up, Joseph.
Yeah, I said Joe was going. You were even JQ. You were even saying, I don't know if I can spend all of that money on going out there and having all my stuff.
Don't know if I want to. Yeah.
Yeah, so, exactly.
I haven't decided. I haven't booked anything or anything.
Yeah.
So what's the solution with this then? With this type of situation where people think it's too expensive or companies think it's too expensive to travel to these races?
I think the solution should be if people are scared of going through customs and scared of travelling, IFMAR should arrange all of the travel from once you get to the airport you need to be in Brazil, wherever it is, because you've got to go to Sao Paulo, I think, and then you've got another 2-hour or 7-hour drive. So what I would do if I was IFMAR and they want people to come and they don't want people to be afraid, they should sort out all the hotels for everyone. So when you pay your entry to IFMAR, they should book all your hotels. They should either pick you up from a coach or arrange a flight and book the flight for you, and you pay them through them.
So like just IFMAR organizes everything, you just pay one lump sum.
Should be. That's what you pay your entry for them to enter. But basically what's happening at the moment is IFMAR are leaving it to the clubs to organise, and then they come over and they say, this needs doing, blah, blah, blah. And it's sort of like not as well organised as it used to be. You know, you go back 20 years, mate, everything was spot on. You couldn't ask for anything better. And this is where JQ wants to get out of the IFMAR racing and go his own way, which is fully understandable. I can see that side of it.
I have a question. What does IFMAR do? Like, how does the monies for these entries split up? When they, because let's be realistic. So let's say it's like 250 entries for a Worlds at what $400-$500 a entry. Where does this money go? Like, does the club get a good bit of it, or how does it work out?
I really don't know. I know that the last Worlds in Australia, the club was worried that they were just about going to break even or could be under. So I don't know how it works really. But I see a lot of IFMAR officials out there that I never see until every 2 years, or sometimes not even at all.
Who's the president of IFMAR now?
I don't know. I don't get any newsletters or anything because you don't have to have an IFMAR license, but I don't know.
Right, because
IFMAR, International Federation of Men Arranging Retreats. Let's not forget what it stands for.
Was it the IFMAR Holiday Club?
Yeah, that's what it like. That colloquial term is holiday club, but it's actually the official one is International Federation of Men Arranging Retreats.
That's like the
they've been doing it since the 70s. You know, they prefer to go to, you know, sort of lesser treaded path, like, you know, Brazil, like somewhere. What was it? Gia Norte in Brazil. You know, 8-hour drive from any airport that flies international. You know, these kind of locations. You know, exotic.
Yeah,
Right?
Exotic.
I think 2022 is Somalia. I think something like that.
But where do we? Wouldn't it be easier to just maybe have one central location that we go every year and build a purpose-built track for this?
No,
Yeah, I
it's a
think-
world champion.
Yeah, it's got to change, though. It can't be the same thing every 2 years.
Just go where the market is, for fuck's sake. It's
Yeah.
not hard.
Exactly.
I think so. It's really hard. You know, we South America's a hard market to get into. Period. I've heard all the dread stories about when the Argentina Worlds. It is a shame for the people in Brazil because I think they would have put on a really great race.
Yeah, I think they would.
But and where the race is, it's not bad. I mean, they've raced there before, and the guy who builds the tracks there, he builds some of the most beautiful tracks I've ever seen. And like this is, I like to see the guys race at this, but I mean, you look at like the Australia Worlds was pretty packed. It was still far to travel. The 2016 Worlds was completely sold out. You know, it was so bad they had. Well, it was in America, so a lot of people were trying to get in. And it's just Vegas was just an easy place to go. You know, for everybody, pretty much. So I don't know, man. I don't know what the answer is. Where's 2022 supposed to be? Is it in Europe?
Somalia.
Yeah, but I think we're still going to go to Brazil.
Really?
Like, it's just delayed, but I don't know if it's going to be next year or if it's going to be just 2022. I don't know. I don't know if they've decided even.
I don't think that, but they would already have 2022 picked out, wouldn't they?
Yeah, well, everything just moves forward then.
They've got too many holidays to go to in the other season because it'll be the 1/8 on-road worlds and all of the Europes and everything.
We don't want them to be overwhelmed either. You know, we don't want these guys to be overwhelmed with like too much holiday and, you know, paid for all expenses paid, you know, vacation time. And like, it's too much. Too much is too much.
Oh, it's
Somebody's calling me. Don't call me on Facebook Live.
is calling already. Jesus.
Yeah, somebody was calling me. Someone was actually calling me Facebook Live. Yeah. I mean, like on Facebook Messenger. I don't know, man. I really enjoy watching the Worlds. I want to go to one day, hopefully, before I die. Before you kill me, Joseph, because it's going to be the death of me.
I like not intentionally kill you. Like,
No, I'm looking at the gray hair in my beard now, and it's all because of you. Mick, what's your favorite World so far that you've been to?
The favourite world, the most fun I had was Portugal, Coimbra, 1998.
What made it so memorable?
It was just so laid back and nice. Big party afterwards. I could be biased and say 96 Worlds at Bewley Car Museum in the UK. That was really good, but the track wasn't that good, I thought.
How about you, Joseph? What's your favorite so far?
let me think. Where have I been? Indonesia was really good, 2006.
Maybe because you almost made the final?
No, well, that would be like why it's my least favorite one. I liked Vegas Worlds. That was fun also.
All right.
That was 2018.
How about you, Wally? Have you been to a World yet? Did you go to 2016 Worlds?
Yeah, I went. I didn't race any. I haven't raced any Worlds, but I definitely went to the Vegas Worlds. That was a fun time.
Yeah.
We entered like a little condo out there and hung out for the week. A lot of partying, so.
Oh, it's Vegas.
It's a good time.
So, yeah. All right. Here's a better question, Mick. If you could choose any track right now to hold the Worlds, where would you do it? Anywhere in the world.
Yeah. I reckon we should try Sweden again or somewhere like that.
Really? Which one? The big track that they had the Euros at in 2017?
No, somewhere different.
How about revisiting the 2004 track?
No, that's the one I was thinking. What was the 2017 Euros then?
Well, the Euros, the last final Joseph ever made.
Oh, yeah. That track was good, yeah. I think we should have a goal there. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that one.
How about you, JQ?
I'd like Worlds in Germany or France because they organize really good events.
I'm going to say Redovan because I just think it's a great track, big track, and Spain looks awesome.
I mean, that's where the World's going to be already. So
yeah, 2022.
Oh, Joseph, I have to be at that World Championship. If I'm alive, I need to be at that championship.
You might be quarantined.
Yeah. Well.
At that point, you know, people from third world countries probably can't travel to, you know, the developed world anymore.
There we go.
So,
how about you?
All these viruses. There's going to be very, very strict regulations and restrictions. So I don't think you can travel to any RC events. 2020.
Remember how you said you only talk when you're being talked to? Well, now you don't know how to shut up.
I was being talked to.
How about you?
We get you to fly out to the 2022 Worlds with Kyosho because JQ won't be going in 2022.
Yeah, because Savoya's going to sign with me for 2022. Like immediate bankruptcy.
Hey man, I think it was I like Savoya. I enjoyed my interview with him too. It's very frank.
It's just a matter of time. Either he leaves or Kyosho goes bankrupt. There's no middle ground.
Or he just takes Kyosho and makes it successful, really even more so. Because hey, it's
not like that.
Oh, shut up, Joseph.
Mark my words. It's the 6th of May 2020. In Finland, it's 11:42 p.m. Okay, I said it.
Dated.
Stamp it. Mark this date. Remember this moment.
You also said that you was going to make the main at DNC this year, and that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
Well, I wasn't being serious. I was being sarcastic.
Gal made the main, and he was crashing a lot.
He did. Oh my God, everybody was crashing that race.
Oh yeah, he was. I watched the B main from pit lane. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, we were talking to each other, weren't we, JQ?
Yeah, I was telling you, tell him to calm down. Once you
You know, I really like. How about you, Mick? Like, what is one of your favorite races to go to out of all these big races besides the Worlds? What do you like? Do you like going to DNC? Do you like going to the Euros? Or have you ever come over to the Nationals over here in America at any point?
No. I like the Kyosho Masters because that's been going so long now, JQ. That has, and I also like the.
You should enjoy this one. It might be the last one.
Oh my God, this is gonna go on the whole podcast. Oh my gosh!
You know, like what if this year when they can't have one due to the coronavirus? What if that was actually the last one? So you don't know that the previous one you went to was actually the last one.
Where is that held at the same track in France every year?
Yeah.
That's an interesting track too. I've watched a few races from there. What is it called?
It's called the Robot Club 94, and it's in Saulcy-en-Berry. And you wouldn't believe where the track is when you go to find it. You wouldn't believe it. It's in the middle of a high street.
It's the middle of what?
It's the middle of the high street, and then there's a sandwich between the railway line.
Really?
Yeah, it's unreal.
Crazy.
Where's the parking then?
The parking's in with where the BMX track is as well. Everything. There's enough room.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You park round the track and where the BMX is as well. Plenty of parking.
We do have one call. It's Eric. He wants to say hello. So you know it's customary that Eric calls every podcast. So we're gonna say what's up to Eric. And hey, if you guys want to call in, it's 1-424-414-6672. Let's talk to Eric. Eric.
Hey, what's up?
Nitro is better than electric, Eric.
Opens up with that one.
Yeah, right. Good Nitro. King that.
You got your good buddy JQ here.
Hello. What's up, JQ? How you doing?
What's up, Eric? Hey, did you get Drake's number? I sent it to you.
You know what?
Have you called him? Don't let me down now. Don't let me down.
When I got my new phone, it was always in my phone.
It's installed. Drake's number is installed in your phone. Good.
Yeah.
Call him every day. You have my permission.
Say what's up to Mick Cradock. You know who Mick Cradock is, Eric?
No.
Oh man, you gotta read up, man. He's a legend, but he's from over.
That's right. Good answer. Good answer.
He's from over in the UK.
But I'm with everything, man.
Yeah, he's a legend, dude. He's from over England, yeah. But he only likes Nitro.
He is basically the final Kyosho team manager in Europe,
up.
like the last.
That's cool. Bring it down to Spokane so I can roll it freaking head.
Wow.
Figure that down.
Oh, you're gonna take JQ down? I think you can do it. In short course, you can definitely take JQ.
Hell yeah.
You're just repeating what Adam tells you on the phone.
I take you down, Wally down, and the other take you down, though. Those measures are pro.
That's right. Get him.
But
Get him. All right, Eric.
I just wanted to say hi and yeah.
Thanks for calling, dude.
So how you guys doing?
We're good. We're just, having a good session of talking crap. That's about it, pretty much.
That's been fun so far.
Yeah.
Hey, do you like what kind of screws do you like on your car?
What type of screws?
Aluminum or plastic?
Plastic screws.
Titanium.
Yeah. I got titanium on my truck.
Yeah, make sure you keep them on the top of your truck and don't put them on the bottom part of your truck, 'cause they'll break.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Hi, thanks
for calling, dude.
Hope you guys take care and hope we'll see you soon, right?
Yeah, when things open back up, I'm coming up to the PNW to hang out, drink beer.
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right, cool.
All right.
See you, man.
Bye-bye.
See you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Eric.
Bye.
Eric calls every week. My mom even knows who Eric is now.
Good lad.
Every week. Bill Hagen signed in. You remember Bill Hagen? Mick?
Of course I do.
Hey, you know what? I'm trying to organize a legends, like a legend. I call like Dagani, Quartz, like all those guys in the 90s. I call them the Attitude Era of RC. Right?
Ask JQ about the honeypot and slough.
I know what a honeypot
I knew
is.
when you said, of course I do. That's kind of what I remembered.
What's up, Bill? How you doing? We got Mick Cradock.
We're on Facebook Live right now.
Yeah. We got Bill, we got Mick Cradock on her. But I'm trying to organize this round table of all the like 1990s legends, right? So like Bill, Greg,
me,
Jason Ashton. I think you'd be good for it too, Mick, and just sit off and just have a banter session and tell stories from RC races.
Oh yeah, we did.
That would be pretty solid, actually.
Yeah. So and Steve Dunn, Jason Ashton, Chad Bradley, all these guys.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Oh man, I've got them in a Facebook group. It's hilarious, but these guys were so savage back in the day. It's crazy. And you try to put yourself in the legend class, Joseph?
Yeah.
Yeah, a legend in your own mind.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Huh?
Like a DNC.
Oh, you're a legendary disqualified, yeah.
No, I raced in the Legends class.
Oh, yeah, and then you got DQ'd from everything.
Yeah.
You ever
and he
seen
didn't
anybody
have
get
a legends
disqualified
car.
at a race, Mick?
No.
Well, there you go, Joseph. You did the first thing. First thing Mick's ever seen, and never seen somebody get DQ'd. You got DQ'd.
I've seen it. Martin Wolanka at when X-Ray offered him. Team X-Ray were using additive, and then they stopped and didn't tell Wolanka. So he got
The
caught.
Euros, wasn't it?
Yeah. Apparently they told him, but Wolanka just didn't get it. He didn't get the memo. So he kept doing it like
Yeah,
openly.
with the sauce stuff.
then he
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the
I think
last
he had
time
his
you made
beard
a
over-
final and the 10 scale Euros.
What?
Last time you made a final on a 10 scale Euros.
Yeah. Using Kyosho wheels as well.
Was I?
And he kept fucking taking Elliot out.
That's
Was
a
I
great
using Kyosho wheels?
You were using our fucking wheels, yeah. You kept getting
thanks.
off it. And then when you took Elliot out for the 5th time, Chris Boots shouted out, I want my fucking wheels back.
You know what? See, the thing about taking someone out is that to take someone out, you have to be behind them. So if I'm ahead of Elliot and he tries to do some fucking bonsai move, like you too slow, Jake, you get out the way, and he tries to make some amazing, like, thread the fucking needle path, and we tangle. Yeah, you can blame me because I don't have the superhuman skill to, like, allow him to do that. If I'm just racing ahead of him, that's not me taking him out. So I think that he should have just out-qualified me and not had to deal with me. That's what I think.
Oh my gosh! I don't know if you want to mess with Chris Boots, man. He might grapple you. I don't think you can handle him. He looks like a bro. Yeah,
He's not tall enough to reach anything that matters.
he doesn't have to. He can reach. He can hit you in your nutsack. That's all that matters.
He can't reach it.
Yeah, you keep underestimating the short guys, tall, lanky, finish. You know what? Oh man, I really enjoyed you guys' Facebook Live that you done together from was it the Neo race that you guys were at a couple years ago?
And Redovan.
Yeah,
in Redovan.
Yeah, legendary. Oh my gosh, we don't have any. Somebody asked a question. Let's see. Let me go back.
Where's all the callers?
No call.
Why isn't anyone
because
calling?
it's. I think people are going back to work now, so it's kind of difficult. But that's a great banter session. I'm enjoying it. Tit for tat, her.
So how long, Jakey, how long you been saying that our show's going bankrupt now? It must be 10 years. And they
I don't know, like
drive their car.
5 or 6 years. I kind of intensified my Kyosho's going bankrupt after they wouldn't let me do the Kyosho Masters. Because I bought a Kyosho. I legit bought a Kyosho. And then, I'm a customer at that point. I fucking bought your car, motherfuckers, and then they wouldn't let me race.
Oh my!
Kyosho Masters is only for customers. What do you want the receipt? I bought your car. I'm a customer. No, but you can't because you also are a manufacturer.
Yeah.
I said, bloody well, it doesn't say on the entry form, only open to Kyosho customers, except if you're also a manufacturer, then it doesn't count that you're a customer.
We've changed the rules now.
Yeah, it didn't say that, so I was pretty mad about
We
that.
wrote it in now. We must have had a slip up there that we thought that. Probably
Yeah, but you did say I can do the one. You did say I can do the one in Europe.
It's bankrupt race.
Hey, Bill Hagen says he really liked slow. Is it slow?
Slough.
Yeah.
And you guys are getting a new tractor. And shut up, Joseph. I don't want to hear about you buying a Kyosho.
One more thing. So look, if I go bankrupt, I'm going to buy a Kyosho, and I'm going to be like, look, I bankrupted my bloody company so I can race the Kyosho Masters. You can't stop me from racing now, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't bankrupt it on
Next year's
purpose.
Kyosho Masters then.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Hello. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh, sorry. I touched the wire. No, I just did it by mistake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay,
we got
sorry.
you.
I see you guys are getting a new track there in England, Mick. Nemo is building a new a track. I don't know where it is exactly. Nemo Raceway or something like that.
It's on. I think it's on the old track that used to be called Junction 12 or something like that.
Yeah, Scott was telling me about it. So that's pretty good for you guys. You don't have many dirt 8-scale tracks there in the UK, do you?
No, not dirt ones anyway.
I always wanted to ask, why do you guys put the oil on the track? Is it for the water, or what does it do? How does it work?
Just keeps the track together. The oil on the track repels the water, so it just like sits on top of the dirt, and it self repairs itself. You're not the dust is not blowing across the field, which is your track, running away. So it keeps everything together.
And
so it's really good.
Do you
Good
just
grip
have to
as well?
Do you just have to apply it once, or do you have to keep applying it throughout the season, or how does it work?
I think you apply it. Don't use a rotivator, and you just keep laying it on top and rolling it and letting it soak in, and just keep topping it up all the time. And then in the end, the ground just gets like clay, like Neo or DXR. I shouldn't say Neo race anymore. It's a DXR race.
Like Hearts, I had never seen it, and then when I walked on the track at Hearts, I was like, oh, it's so slippery. You know, just a little bit of rain and whatnot. I love that's such an awesome facility, man. Really is. You guys don't live.
Really
You don't live too far from there, do you?
2 miles or 3 kilometers.
Really? Yeah. That's where I met Darren Bloomfield.
Yeah.
And I met you and Taro and Tahana at Maritime.
Yeah. I remember afterwards. I didn't remember at the time until I met you.
I tell people all the time, that is the oddest place you would ever. I think that's the weirdest place you'll ever find a track.
Yeah.
Maritime. All right. Well, I don't know. We ain't got too much calls going on. What Joseph? Are you going quiet finally?
Yep.
Okay. Nick, what about you, man? You got any questions for Mick? Nick and Mick. See, I'm gonna have to just call you Wally.
Nick and Mick.
Yeah, it's gonna confuse
Nick and
me.
Mick.
You can call me Dick.
Wow, it's not far from the
Nick
truth.
and Dick.
It's not far from the truth. So, yeah, you guys, hello.
Yeah.
So you're both mechanics. Mick, you're more of an 8-scale mechanic, and Wally, you do everything.
A little bit of everything.
So I want to. Do you have any questions for him as a mechanic? Asking Mick anything or anything like old school? Because I love Mick's old school stories.
I mean, what would be one of your favorite times, like at one of the races doing, let's go with, who did you like doing the mechanicking for the most? Like, who did you get along with the best?
Everyone, really.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't got a problem with anyone, really, that I'm a mechanic for. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it.
Well, right, but like, is there anyone that kind of like, it just seemed to work easier, or just kind of things all pretty much work out no matter what?
I found when I was helping Jamie Booth was quite good. He was quite easy, but it was a bit different then because I was racing as well.
Mm-hmm.
But he was pretty cool. He knew what he was doing. He told me what he wanted, and it was good fun helping him as well. So I enjoyed that because he learned quickly, because he was just totally electric driver, and the first Nitro race he did, it was in California in Hemet, the old track at Hemet.
Oh, the old dirt racing?
That's it, yeah. Yes, that was quite good.
Was it easy? Was it an easy transition for him from electric to Nitro?
I think the driving was no problem because he was so smooth. It was different to any other H driver that I see then until I went to America, obviously, where all the 2-wheel drive electric guys were racing Nitro, like Pavidas and all the old guys. And so it was good for him there. He just struggled with the engine, getting the feel of the engine. He was changing gear ratios and everything like that, which I never noticed before in 1/8. So I learned a lot from him. So it was really good as well.
I have a question for you, Mick. You have a daughter that races, and she's good. And I want to see more females racing. I actually want to see an all-female main one day. All female.
Right. Yeah.
Who do you? I think Ronda is very aggressive. I think Jessica's very good. Who do you think is the better female racer out there right now?
Apart from me.
I don't know. I think they're all good in their own way. I'd like to, like you say, I'd like to see Tiana, Ronda, Kim Einar, all of the girls race together, and Jessica. I think at the moment Jessica's probably the most consistent, but to me she doesn't seem to have the aggression like Ronda. Some of the other girls have got.
Yeah, she's like a robot. She puts her car in the same spot every corner, and
you know what? Marlin was the best.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, someone just said that. That's a shame she isn't racing anymore. Because I was actually doing a podcast last night with Track Walk, and she came up. So yeah, it's crazy.
Why is she not racing anymore? I can't understand it.
Oh boy. Jake, you do not answer.
I'm trying. I'm trying not to.
I think I don't know.
Wait, I'll mute myself.
Yeah, please do. I don't know what happened, man. It's a shame she isn't. I don't know what she's doing. Like, her dad puts up pictures of her working out and all that type of stuff. I don't know what that whole. I kind of know what that whole thing was when it's like the association wouldn't let me race and all that stuff. But who knows, man? It's a shame because she's very talented, and
yeah, she was.
She would have. I think she could have been the first really official female RC pro. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Hey, I know.
I agree with that.
I know what I wanted to talk to you about, Mick. I saw you. Was it recently you got to link up with some Formula One drivers, or who was it? I can't remember who it was.
It was Renault F1 team.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, we need to get. I want to get one. I really want to talk to one of these guys who race like. You can unmute yourself now, Joseph. I really want to talk to one of these guys who race full scale and also like RC, and find out like why they enjoy RC so much, or why they come back to RC. You get to deal with a lot of these guys. You know, obviously you knew Lewis Hamilton. You know his brother. What do you think is the draw to RC for these guys who actually get to sit in full scale cars that we watch on TV or motocross and to do RC?
I think it's the adjustability of the car, and the setup, and you know, you got diffs, shocks, suspensions, spring rates, you know, cambers, everything that they know about, and they tell their technicians to change. They can actually adjust it themselves and actually feel the difference.
Yeah,
so I think it's that, and just they can go without killing themselves even more than they try to do. They can actually do it and go off jumps and stuff like that. You know, and push the car more to the limit than they're, you know, because I still think in a Formula One car, when they're going round, they're still thinking, if I smash this car up, I could lose my job. You know, probably Lewis Hamilton doesn't worry, and that's why he's got so much confidence. But someone like Esteban, he's going to be more wary of, if he takes a couple of wheels off the car for about 3 races, they could put another driver in his place. So with an RC car, you can just push it to the absolute limit.
Does it transition for these guys? Can they transition and drive well from full scale to RC?
Well, Daniel Ricciardo was with me at the time, and he just picked it up within. I thought this car's going to be broken because there was all their race trucks in the car park that we were doing the videoing in, and it just going flat out, and he took out a few GoPros and stuff like that, and he just picked it up within 5 minutes, and his reactions were unreal.
Yeah, I can imagine. And it's I think it was last week that it was the anniversary of Senna's death, and you know, he was big into RC too back in his time, and
he used the Kyosho car as well before they went bankrupt.
I knew he was going to say that.
That's before they went bankrupt. Yeah.
Oh my
gosh! Because they didn't have a JQ car to go to, did they? Back
This is non-stop banter. This is going to go on for years. Like,
Kimi Räikkönen used that JQ car.
oh my gosh.
Who?
Kimi.
Yeah.
Kimi Räikkönen.
Oh yeah, he's got a motocross team as well, hasn't he? Kimi Räikkönen.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah. Yeah, Senna was Kyosho, and he used to fly a lot of planes.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Good stuff, man. I think we
Rick Max, who used to be the Kyosho distributor for the UK, the previous owner of that, Clive Coote, he used to have him come into the office, and he'd come in and give him a load of airplanes and the Kyosho cars and everything, and he'd just go out there flying helicopters, everything.
Who was that?
This was Senna when he used to come into Enfield. The previous owner of Ripmax was Clive Coote. Yeah.
Wait, didn't Ripmax go bankrupt?
No.
Oh, yeah. No?
No, Ripmax.
Oh, they bought someone who went bankrupt. Damn.
Ripmax gave up the distribution, or was told they couldn't have Kyosho distribution, and that's how I got my job in the UK in 2005. But Ripmax brought HPI, and then I think they sold it.
I just remembered that wrong.
Yeah. And then
It's ruined my joke.
Yeah.
good stuff, Mick. Good stuff.
Hey.
I love it when people stop JQ.
Facts got in the way of my joke.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Hey, Mick, one thing I agree with you, and Joseph, I think you would agree, and Wally, we all talk about this.
Probably not. Yeah.
Shut up, Joseph. We all want to see RC alongside a full-scale event.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wrong.
Yeah, I knew you was wrong. That's why I told you shut up. What do we? I know, Joseph, you've been working hard towards it. I know, Wally, you even think about it. What we have to do it. I think we really do. Maybe it be motocross, and not. I mean, like a proper event, not just. I think we should have a real race. Have top guys racing along them, and basically, if we could take RCGP, and what I mean by RCGP is like that type of format with the top guys to race. What is it going to take? What do we have to do? Shut up. What do we have to do? What do you think? You shut up, Joseph. Let's listen to what Mick has to say.
I think we've just got to figure out a simpler format for racing. For it.
Kind of like the RCGP format.
I said shut up, Joseph.
That was a bit complicated, and people were lost half the time, especially half of the organisers in America. They didn't know half the rules. I was telling them. They were trying to hold my Taro's car for 20 minutes until the other quarter-final was finished. And I said, no, that only works in the semi-finals, mate. I said, I've got enough.
Well, we have to make it simple. We have to.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of freedom in America, so they don't follow rules normally. So it's a new situation for them.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mick. Finish what you're saying.
I think I was talking because the idea of the RCGP got me thinking, and I was thinking about Speedway, where you have a team of 4 riders, and they have one reserve, and then they have a team come in. I don't know if you know Speedway, like on the motorbikes with the oval, they do 4 laps of racing.
Right.
I was thinking of doing something along that line. So you go to the Speedway track, your local one. We used to have a local one here called Rye House Speedway, which is in Hoddesdon, Hertfordshire. And what you do is you have 4 racers and a 5th reserve. They have the bikes, and then you have the opposing club come along with another 5 racers, and you all race against each other, a bit like RCGP in that format. But you do an oval, but you could put some jumps in. Like it's a high-speed berms on shale anyway, and just where the actual Speedway spectators could watch the same format but in RC cars.
So you're saying make the track simple, maybe a couple of big jumps that the guys can wow the crowd, and the racing is close. Yeah,
just flat out. Big, the same size track. You could put the rostrum where the starting gate was. And they can see the track quite easily and have a massive jump in front of the main crowd, and then a big berm, at one side. But you wouldn't need the berm because you got the shale, so it'd be just be flat out racing for 4 laps. They would love it.
Yeah.
And you could have teams then, so that they each have different teams, so you could have the same colour body shells for two of the cars, and the opposing team would have a different colour body shells. Like they wear their own sort of like bibs, what they call them, bibs, with their own team on. And then they know which lane they are with the changing of the crash helmet. So they have red, blue, white, and yellow and black stripe, and that depends on what starting gate they are. I think the yellow and black stripe is to the outside. Then I think the red's on the inside, and then blue, and then white.
I do think
get points.
I do think that's an issue. Okay, I'm gonna go to drone racing. They put those lights on them. They race at nighttime, so it's for drones, so you can follow it. It's a lot easier. I remember somebody was like, "Oh, you should get the teams to have the same paint jobs for RCGP."
Yeah.
I think we have to figure out a way that people can put that car to the person. You know, not everybody.
Exactly.
Let's be realistic. We can't really see the numbers that we use.
No.
So we have to figure out some way to do it. And I think it has to be, like you said, like same paint jobs, and maybe the drivers are wearing the same colors, or something like that. And you know who's going to be there. I don't know.
Next year it will be that way in RCGP.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And also, have you seen in IndyCar racing where they have the digital numbers and it tells them what position they're in? I think that's an awesome idea.
You mean like on the screen?
No, on the side of the car, they have digital numbers. You know, and it tells them what position, and it tells you how long they were in the pits for, and everything all the time. So you're updated. You don't need to look at the side of the screen to see a big layout. You can tell what position it's in going around the track.
Interesting.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely think getting it in front of those people, because those people have the disposal. I think the biggest thing I always say is people just don't know what we do, and we need to take it.
I agree with that.
We need to show them what we do, and make it look fun. Like, you know what I mean? It's a conundrum, man. It definitely is a conundrum. So, Joseph, you said something interesting. RCGP is going to have same paint jobs or something like that?
Yeah, for the teams.
Okay.
So that you recognize the cars that, okay, these cars are on the same team, and you recognize what team it is, because now you have like Carl McBride looks almost identical to Elliott going around the track. You know, it's even the commentators don't know who's who. You know, it kind of defeats the purpose of having teams and such. It's like in Formula One, if you don't know who Ferrari is, like, you know,
right?
Yeah.
I had that I had this debate with a guy, and I was like, well, I would get confused though, but I'm not a pro driver. At the same time, I literally have mistook my car for somebody else's car for an entire lap in a race. So, yeah,
I believe that.
Oh, shut up! I knew you. It's true. We started off a starting gate, and I drove my car, and I was like, man, this car's driving great. And then
you know the funniest thing about this story? Keenan wasn't even in that race.
Real.
Actually, the guy was he was chasing my car up and down the road trying to catch it. And I thought, and then like about after a lap, I'm like, something's wrong with my radio. My car isn't responding how it is. Something's wrong. And then I see the guy walking up, your car's right there. I was like, oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, something has to be done. Something has to be done. That's a good idea too, Mick. Make the track simple, same colors, get it in front of people who have disposable income to do it.
That's what I was saying. If you get it in front of someone like a speedway track or something like that, where they can relate the same rules and the same everything they do with speedway with RC racing, then they would relate to it a lot easier, you know, marking the scores in their programs like they do. You'd be surprised with the speedway fans how fanatic they are. We went to a speedway race at the Euros in Sweden. It was awesome. Did JQ go?
Yeah, I went.
He did?
Massive following.
I think that type of racing is kind of crazy. I've never really seen it before. So them guys are going pretty fast and sideways and they don't have brakes or something, right?
No brakes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, that's even Well, I guess what can brakes do at that when you're sideways and going that fast? So
slow you down.
Make you crash even harder. So Good stuff, man. Or even alongside a motocross race. I truly believe that what we do translate to what motocross and RC 8-scale racing. I guess 2-wheel drive too. But you're ex motocross racer as well, Mick, and Joseph. You ride motocross, and obviously Nick, you ride motocross. I don't ride motocross. I watch people ride motocross and drink beer, but I play it on PlayStation. I think it transitions over so much of what motocross does to what we do. You know, even more now because we're scrubbing, we're whipping, we're, all that type of stuff. And I just think let's be realistic. Like Joe, I know you're not gonna like what I have to say, Joseph, but I mean, Joe Bornhorst came from motocross and he's been really successful in RC, much more successful than you have been, Joseph. And
that's debatable.
I just had to throw that one at you. But I mean, he picked it up really good. I mean, even Tebow rides motocross. So I think there's a big connection between motocross and what we do. Who let you in? Oh my gosh. Lucifina's here. Bye-bye. You gotta go. Bye-bye. What do you guys think? I'm gonna just take my daughter out real quick.
Knock her out.
No, that would something you would do as a parent. Oh, see what I mean? My motocross. Yes, shush.
Almost shut up. I know.
Answer that question. I'm going to take her out. Be right back. Come on, boo-boo. Oh boy.
It's funny watching Keenan on the video.
Yeah, I that's why I just went here to see, like, if you could actually see him taking her out.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
I can hear you, Joseph.
Yeah, I wanted to see if it was on video. It could have been funny.
What do you think about that, Mick, being as Joseph ignored my question? Hello? Is Mick still here?
What was your question?
Hello.
How about
Sorry,
the
I missed that. It cut out.
So I rambled on for 10 minutes for nothing. Okay. Thank you, Bear Lady. Motocross and RC.
Yeah.
Is it easier for a motocross racer to connect to an RC car?
Yeah, definitely.
I think so. You agree with me, Nick?
Because JQ,
Yeah, I think
is
just because.
sorry.
Go ahead.
What?
Take your jab, Mick.
Sorry,
Go
Nick. Go.
It's open season.
Yeah, go ahead, Mick. I want to hear what you're going to say about JQ.
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, obviously JQ's a better RC driver than a motocross rider, so
He's definitely broke enough bones to justify that.
yeah.
He's good
I've
at
seen him try and go over a tabletop. That was quite funny.
He's got the heart. You got the heart, Joseph. But I think you got to.
Yeah.
I'll take a video of me doing it.
Yeah, I need to watch you go over the actual tabletop and go down the down ramp. That'd be interesting.
Okay, I'll do that this summer. This summer.
This summer, that means you're practicing then.
He's he's gonna crash and hurt himself before then. Watch.
There's no racing, so I'll do it.
How about you, Nick? We have guys agreeing with what that as well, like jumps and how to transition is comes from motocross and it relates to RC. I truly think it does.
No, I think it definitely crosses over. I mean, once you kind of have that idea of how jumping a bike or a car works, it just transfers over back and forth. So I think it's super easy. I mean, for motocross race, the guys that I've talked to, like Christian Craig and Bill Lapoto and those guys, they want something to do that is still competitive, but they don't want it to be, like, obviously they don't want it to be a dirt bike rider. They don't want to go out and ride their bike all the time because that's work. So they find this, and then they can do it, hang out with their friends, and then they can basically be competitive without getting hurt. So it's a really nice hobby that they can do that keeps them competitive, but it keeps their mind off the racing sometimes.
Who's the best motocross RC guy, Nick?
I would have to say it's Christian because he's put the most time in. Villapoto got really quick. Marsha's good, but he's just kind of he's as wild as he is on a bike. Malcolm Stewart was pretty good for a little bit. Eli Tomac got pretty good for a bit, but then he got really serious with his training, and then he kind of quit. I think he saw the track in his backyard that he races around a little bit. But I would say the most consistent and the fastest, he's actually won some club races, is Christian Craig, for sure.
You know what, Mick? Eli bought 2 JQ buggies.
I might have changed what I go for now in Supercross.
And you like Eli then?
Zach Osborne too.
Yeah, but Eli Tomac's great, but Lewis Hamilton and Ayrton Senna.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's hard competition, Joseph.
Yeah.
Hard competition. All right.
4 wheels doesn't count.
Oh, Jesus, Lord have mercy. Have mercy on my soul. Oh, man, the guys in the Facebook group like that. They're all naming off their favorite drivers. And like you said, Bornhorst is probably one of the guys that I can say that came from it and picked up RC fast. Your nemesis, Joseph, but he's faster than you.
He's not my nemesis.
By a lot.
Oh, gosh. Oh, my God. All right, that brings me. Well, let's.
What did I say in my rant about Bornhorst?
I don't know. I don't even want to remember. So,
have you done the best of? Because that has to be in the best of 2019.
It's not. I have not.
It's May. It's May. Where is the best of 2019 podcast? Seriously,
Mick. You've been around all these pro guys your whole time.
Don't change the subject.
I am.
Where is it?
I am being evasive with you, Joseph. Who has been the biggest rivalry you think? Pro drivers in all your time in RC, Mick?
For me, in the American side, I always thought that Cody King and Tebow at the time.
Really?
Yeah, there was.
Oh, they're both Kyosho.
A big rivalry between them two. You know, especially when Cody won the Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was saying he didn't deserve it, but I thought he did. Looking at that race, the best finish to a world championship, the last 2 laps were awesome, and he thoroughly deserved it.
Have you seen?
I felt there was a big rivalry there between them all the time.
Did you think they absolutely disliked each other, or they just wanted to beat each other?
I think they just wanted to beat each other, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to be like. You know, you don't have to dislike someone, but you have to be brutal on the track and to win it. And do everything you can, hide things from each other.
Steal tires like Dagani at the 2002 Worlds. He said 2002, somebody lent him the van to go do something and he stole a set of tires that he couldn't get. Oh, my gosh.
Pavidis.
Yeah, Pavidis lent in the van.
Yeah.
How about you, Joseph? Who's the biggest rivalry you've seen? I think it's RC versus you. Everybody versus you is the biggest rivalry I've seen. But
the world versus me.
Yeah, well, that's your...
I think Robert and Savoya.
Really?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was good but Savoya won 3 years in a row. But it was really like Robert and Savoya.
They didn't like each other, or they just...
Mugen go bankrupt when he left.
I think Mugen are pretty close too.
3 times with Mugen.
I think actually Mugen, this coronavirus thing, it's hitting Mugen pretty hard. So it's almost like we're taking bets. Is it going to be Kyosho or Mugen? Who's first?
Oh, gosh.
And I think that since Savoya is with Kyosho, it's definitely going to be Kyosho.
The Japanese companies won't go bankrupt. So
yeah.
But they had...
but
can we go back to the rock?
You're lucky because Japanese culture is different to European in the sense that they are very proud, so they aren't going to let those companies go. They're just going to pump in money, we're losing money, and Savoya's really killing us here, but you know what?
I'm going to get Savoya on her with you.
We're going to be okay.
I'm going to get Savoya on her one day with you, and he's going to... he's gonna. I don't think you can beat Savoya in a fight. So, you know,
We almost had a fight. I can't tell that story. If we get a sponsor for the story segment, I'll tell that story.
It's easier if JQ tells us who he hasn't had a fight with.
That's easier. I want to know more about the.
I haven't had a fight with you.
No.
Not yet. Next time you see one, JQ.
Just wait. There's still more time.
What was the Savoya Battier thing?
Especially after Kyosho goes bankrupt and Mick doesn't have a job, I think he'll be more aggro, you know, because it's basically like his life. So then we might have a fight because I might say something sarcastic when he's like racing his row Kyosho at some future race, and I make some snide remark, you know, about so are you retired now? Are you working somewhere? You know, and then we might have a fight. Like I can see it.
I want to know more about the Battier-Savoya rivalry. Was it just that they was like the same thing? They just wanted to beat each other. They're the two young, fast guys, or did they like? Yeah. I think the one of the best rivalries I've seen in the last few years was Ronnefeldt and Ty. I think when they were both on HB, they wanted to beat each other so bad. And, you know, Ronnefeldt was younger.
Similar to Cody and that, yeah.
Yeah. And they were they started throwing a little bit of shade at each other on Facebook. And then that pass at Neo that Ronnefeldt pulled on him at that line at the very end. I don't know if he was probably running extra at that time, but yeah.
Yeah, Ronnefeldt and Ty, that's a good rivalry too. Except that, Ty is too timid.
Yeah. I think this makes for good racing. We need more of this, you know?
There was another good rivalry too, but unfortunately the drivers weren't of equal talent level. But the reason it could have been an awesome rivalry was that the slower guy, his girlfriend stayed at this other guy's hotel, like at a race, because I don't know if they had an argument or something, and then she stayed in this other guy's hotel for the night or something, right?
I don't know.
So it was pretty nuts. I'm not going to say who. You'd be surprised, I think. And but then they stayed together, and this guy knows, he knows what happened. So that could have been an epic rivalry. Like, imagine on the driver's stand, and then this guy's just,
What happens in motocross?
Good, dude, it would have a meltdown. Like, it would be amazing.
Didn't Cooper Webb take Roxon's girl or something like that?
Mains. What?
Didn't Cooper Webb take Roxon's girl or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
No, they had broken up already.
Yeah, they broke up, but Cooper started dating Roxon's ex.
Yeah. Good stuff. Rivalry's good for racing, man. Rivalry's good for racing.
Schumacher took away, who was the other German driver, Formula One driver? Schumacher got his girlfriend.
Really?
Which
Tara, I know the answer. Frentzen. Heinz Harold Frentzen, his girlfriend is now Schumacher's wife.
Really? Well, she made the right choice.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, Joseph, you don't have to worry about that. You would actually have to have a girlfriend for somebody to want to take it from you.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. You and your re-virginizing plan.
Yeah. I got 3 more years of re-virginizing to do.
Yeah, there you go.
Then I'll be a 40-year-old virgin, and then I'll pick that up.
Mick, are you going to race again?
Yeah, well, when we can race at the Kyosho Masters and then the Hearts GP in August, that's pretty cool. So I think that'll go ahead. I think we might just about get that going then.
Yeah.
So
can you still drive? Can you still handle it?
I have a brain fry after about 3 laps. It's really, I think, I'm back on it, and then I just crash, and then crash again.
Good stuff.
So,
I'd like to do that race.
Yeah, you need to come over and do it.
Which race is that?
The Hearts GP. It's really good.
Oh, yeah. Great track.
Is it control tire?
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't.
Wally, you got a passport?
Yeah.
Yep, I got one.
You got to get over to Europe, man. Do some racing with these guys.
I'd love to go there. I mean, I've been trying to go to England for a while. My buddy lives out there. He moved back
Yeah.
He came out here for a couple years and was back there. And he's actually racing in full size cars now.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, he races the Caterham series.
I didn't realize how big racing period was in the UK, like bikes, cars, till I went there and I went to some races, man. You guys really take that stuff serious over there, Mick. I got to go to Croft, Snetterton, Donington Park. Like, hey, like it's serious. Like I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, there's plenty of tracks. Pretty cool. Yeah.
Good stuff. Snetterton had a RC track, I believe, too.
Yeah, they used to have a outdoor on-road one and an indoor one as well. Yeah. And a massive shop, the biggest RC shop I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was a bit like the Chaparral motocross shop compared to other motocross shops. A bit like that. That's the only way I can compare it.
All right. One more question for you, Mick, before we sign out. I know it's getting late there. In your opinion, so far, best driver... Okay, no, better question. If you could take one driver from the past and one driver now to make your dream team, who would it be?
Dream RCGP team.
I'd love to have Neil Craig on a Kyosho car. I think it'd be awesome with a Kyosho car.
Yeah, because you have him for life.
I don't know whether he's past or present. So.
You know the amazing thing about Neil is that he actually has a full-time job. All this time he's been a pro RC racer. So it's pretty impressive. Who would you take? Well, okay, Neil Craig, and who would be a new school racer?
New school racer, up and coming driver. There's a lot of good youngsters, but I think I'd like Paletto was good.
Polito, yeah.
Yeah. I think he's got good potential.
How is Italy producing all these fast young drivers, man?
Because they've got good tracks.
Yeah.
JQ's named it. The best report I ever heard from JQ was, and the most truthful and honest one from him, without
only one you read.
Without even mentioning Kyosho's going bankrupt. And what he said about Ongaro winning the Worlds and why he did it, and because he was right. They've got the awesome tracks. They've got 5 tracks within their area, and all these guys, Ricardo lives within that area. Paletto lives there. Who's the other drivers? Barufalo,
Sankatin.
Valente.
All racing together and racing on 5 different awesome tracks with different, how do you say it, capabilities, you know, and different style tracks. Yeah,
different
exactly.
styles and conditions, and they could race 12 months a year, all pushing each other.
Yeah. And that's why it's so good.
Yeah, I think that's like the Midwest of America. It's like the Italy of America. A lot of fast. Well, they obviously they race a lot of 10 scale during the winter, but when the summer kicks in, they're just producing fast dudes, like, you know, and it's super impressive. I think it's kind of switched from California to there, Wally. It seems like the Midwest is just pushing out a lot of young, fast, talented RC drivers.
Yeah, it's actually been, I would say maybe go back 3 or 4 years, you would say that the West Coast is probably the fastest, and all the fastest drivers come from the West Coast, but Reedy Races is definitely showing that that's not really the truth. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of East Coast, Midwest drivers they're just putting in more time.
All right.
The U.S. is more dedicated into the racing aspect of it.
Yeah, they don't have. In California, there's so many things to do as well, and it's expensive. So it's cheaper in the Midwest, I'm sure. One last. I know this was going to be my last question, but I have to ask, Mick. It's 2 questions in one. There's been 2 8 scale European champions, Boots and Bloomfield. Do you think we're going to see a third at some point soon, or is it coming up in the next generation? Who from the UK as a young driver you think is going to really rock the world next?
I think the best one we've got in the UK is coming through is Johnny Skidmore, and especially now he fixed the Mugen. I think he's going to be really dangerous.
Yeah, he did really well at
I know JQ gets on well with his dad.
I know. But he did pretty well. He did really well at Montpellier.
The Skidmark family?
Shut up, Jesus. One day. He's definitely doing well. And I guess, are we going to see a 2-time world champion anytime soon? You think?
Yeah, the next worlds we have.
You think?
Yep.
Yeah. I would say it's time for one.
There's only been one, but I definitely think Ongaro, Ronafalk, who else? Yeah, I think those two. Robert.
Robert.
Maybe Ty too.
Cody King. Oh, I'm just kidding.
You really are. Jesus. Lord have mercy. All right. I just don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with you. You was all miserable when you came on her, and then you like, you heard Mick's voice, and then you just got all excited. Mick, I want to thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. It's always a good crack. It's been a good sport. I know. I really enjoy talking to you when we come to racing. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh, fuck. Kyosho's imminent back.
Yeah.
Nick, mute yourself, Joseph. Thank you, Mick, for coming on. I appreciate it, man. It's been a fun time. I like that you can give and you can take it and give it back. And I love anybody that gives it back to JQ. So
yes.
Thank you, Wally, for your time. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I appreciate it. Thank you, Beaker, for being yourself. And
what I wanted to say was that Kyosho's imminent.
Mick, I'm going to hurl him, and you can smack him the next time. I'm going to hurl him for you, right, Mick? And you can kick him right in the nuts. I'm going to hurl him, and I'm going to just go ahead, Mick, swing. Thank you, Mick. I hope you guys get back to racing over there in the UK soon, and Europe, period. And keep doing what you do, man, and good luck to all the Kyosho drivers, and keep up the good work, man. And thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. And
sure. Keep up the good work. You got another couple of months at least.
Yeah, a couple of months of good sales with the Mini Zeds and the
those are nice
cars that we've been selling.
Hey,
we've been killing it. We just can't get enough. And the old like Inferno 777 style car, we're selling hundreds of them.
Sand Scorpions. Those Mini Zs are badass. They look so good. Like
all of the legends of the past, we've just keeping selling. We can't produce enough at the moment.
I can't believe how popular Mini Z racing is.
Yeah,
it's super popular. And then the
original invention from Kyosho as usual. Yeah.
There you go, Joseph.
We just do the racing, the 1/8 scale racing, just for promotion and fun.
Shits and giggles.
There you go, Joseph. You can be a Mini Z champion, Joseph.
Yeah.
Reinvent yourself. Not possible.
Might have a chance at that.
And I like the scale looking ones too, Nick. They look nice. The
I know.
The
Beautiful.
crawler ones, beautiful cars. But thank you for your time. Tell Taro get that Gran Turismo group organized. He hit me up about a month ago, and I haven't heard anything about it since then. Yeah. And I look forward to seeing you at the next race, man.
Okay, same. Yeah, thanks very much for having me. Thanks for all our Kyosho supporters that have stuck with us through thick and thin.
Yeah. Sorry, it's
thank you for supporting Kyosho all the time and advertising. Mentioning Kyosho more than he does JQ, so it's good advertising.
Good one. I love it.
Keeping us in the
I love it. Wally, thank you for coming on, Wally. Remember, guys, if you want to get a car built, send it off to Wally Builds. I like that gold and black one you did the other. I posted it on the Facebook page. You guys can hit up Mick as well anytime you have any questions by Kyosho. And You can hit up Joseph anytime because he doesn't answer his messages. And if he does, he's going to give you a one-word answer. So just ask me and I'll ask Joseph. And
Yeah. hashtag let JQ race Kyosho Masters. We need that trending.
Thank you guys for the support. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Tekno RC, for sponsoring this segment. And thank you, everybody, for tuning into the Facebook Live. Lefty, out.
The No Name RC podcast is brought to you by BK Servos. These servos have awesome performance for a great value. High performance servos, especially models like the DS7002 HV, super fast and precise, a cost a fraction of comparable super high end servos. The DSSHT model has more torque than anything out there, and again, for an excellent price. Burt Camera, BK Servos. If you're interested in some BK servos, you can go to www.bkhobbies.com. Use the code TheNoName and get 15% off your purchase. Thank you, BK Servos, for your support, and please show them some love.
And that ends this week's podcast. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the talk with Brad Geck. I hope you enjoyed the whole South America series that Joseph and I talked about, as well as the call-ins with Mick Cradock, Wally Builds. Thank you to Mick and Wally for joining us, as well as Joseph. Thank you to Brad Geck for coming on. I appreciate that. As you can see, I like to branch out into different genres of RC. I'm really into scale. Brad is a great dude. I like his passion, his outlook on life. It's very positive. I appreciate that. And the Mick Cradock and JQ banter, that's just how it happens at tracks, man. And we get together and get at races, and it's always good fun. A lot of smack talk, a lot of crap talk, but it's all in good fun. And I think the more fun we have at races like that and do things like that, the better it is for everybody. I know people will be getting back to racing here soon, so wherever you're racing, have fun. Remember, Nitro Is The Glory. But them e-buggies definitely pay the bills. Thank you to all of our supporters around the world. Hashtag NNRC Squad. Thank you to our Patreons on Patreon. I appreciate it. Everybody that goes in there and donates a little bit, man, that helps pay these bills. If you want to be a Patreon, you can go be one. The link is always in the description of the podcast. And thank you to our sponsors who are RCMX Online, Tekno RC, Beach RC, JQ Racing, BK Servos, and Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. So, have a good weekend, everybody. Whatever you do, if you're staying at home, enjoy your time with your family. If you're getting to the track, enjoy it. Smelling some nitro and burning some tires or whatever you're gonna do, or zipping around with your e-buggy. Have fun. Remember, you are fortunate to be able to go and do this. And remember, stay safe. Wash those hands. Nitro Is The Glory. And if you ain't grinding, I almost forgot. Nitro Is The Glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.